Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome on into another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, since I am late, I will take an opportunity to catch up with everyone first. I'm not technically late. The bot made me late, but yeah, you know, what good is blaming another person gonna do? Welcome on in to Gordo Goku and user 11. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you both are doing well today in both body and mind. And I do hope you both enjoy your stays.
Master, you have guests.
Thank you for that refreshing raid, Miss Carly. Good to see you and your wonderful raiders, of course. You've caught us right at the beginning. We were just about to go over the subscriber plaques and everything. But how was your stream? Let me shout out Miss Carly real quick. You beat me to it. Thank you for the assist, Mr. Jason. Greetings to everyone. My name is Coinstamp. Well, welcome on in to, my lovely little channel. I am an RPG enthusiast and action adventure gamer extraordinaire. So if you like your Legend of Zeldas, your Xenoblade Chronicles, your Dark Souls, your Elden Rings, or any of that sort of stuff, you'll enjoy the channel, as well as our dedicated audience of spinsters and jokesters, because I can't tell any jokes, not really, or they're very sporadic, but I have a lovely audience of comedians. If you like popsicle stick jokes, dad jokes, or the occasional bit of dark humor, you will enjoy the channel. How was your stream, Miss Carly? I trust it was a good one. What were you playing, if and you don't mind my asking? Oh, I may actually get my answer to that question. Greetings again, as well as hello to Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you guys were playing the TCC Executive Chair's second favorite game today, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. Is that a Harvest Moon game? That sounds like a Harvest Moon game. I think it probably isn't. It just sounds like it is. It might be Story of Seasons. For whatever strange reason." Mr. Jason says, "Indeed, that is the Harvest Moon series. It's the original." Ah, okay. Understood. Miss Carly says, "It was really nice. Having some audio problems with the capture card. Won't pick up the audio from your Switch at all. But other than that, it was good." I apologize that you had to deal with technical issues, Miss Carly. I do hope you get those sorted out, sooner rather than later. Or, whenever you can, because I can't imagine that I could imagine that being a pretty significant, detractor for you today. Gordo Goku says you're suspending your K-Frogs. The bubble frogs. Got 36 to go. It's for a good cause, though. Indeed, it is, in fact, for a good cause. Speaking of good well, okay, I'm not gonna wax that poetic about it. Before we get started, I do want to take a moment to thank my lovely contributors during this month cycle. If you've paid for a continuous subscription or membership, or you've given a donation of $2 or more during this month cycle, I read these at the start of stream just to kind of, show my appreciation. Is the smallest way I have to show you guys my appreciation. That said, I'll start off with, I don't have any Patreon patrons, but despite that, I do want to thank people who did use Patreon during the last year. Really appreciate that. I'd like to thank Just Me Carly 917 for their Prime Gaming subscription, and Most Likely Shine, or Mr. Shiny as we've come to know him, for the Tier 1 Prime subscription. Please do enjoy all the lovely benefits that come along with your Twitch subscriptions, including but not limited to extra sweet emotes, an extra vote on vote items as we bring them up in the Discord, private channels to give me feedback if and you guys want, and the ability to see thumbnails ahead of schedule whenever whenever we can. So thank you to again for the subscriptions, and please do enjoy those the perks of said memberships. I would like to also thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with those. And I would also like to thank User 11 for their $5 donation during this month's cycle. I really do appreciate it. While that does not usually come with bells and whistles or anything, I am, of course, extremely thankful for that. Is another day the bank account gets to stay open and the lights keep spinning. I really appreciate that. That said, why don't I... Let's see. We've finished the camera mini game. Let me catch back up on chat, and I will go from there. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you're loving the new hotel content in Animal Crossing New Horizons. I heard that's what the theme was. You're truly living the sweet life." Oh, I need to look at a previous VOD and figure out what the jokes and puns count. Oh, there should I appreciate you telling me that, Alan. 1 second. I probably pressed a hotkey or something that accidentally disabled them. Let me see if I can't fix this. It's probably this. Let's see if that is correct. Yes, okay. Okay, yeah, I must have just accidentally pressed that button. So sorry. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. What is going on with my chat panel? I have absolutely no idea. But good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, Alan. You've come in right at the beginning, just in time. I've got a lot to go over today. And today marks the resumption of story. I bet we were all waiting on that, huh? We're not totally done with cleanup with the game, but I think we've made good enough progress that I can, we can move forward. But let's catch up on chat first, and then I will do that. I will perform the usual ritual before we begin playing. Yeah, Mr. Jason says it's the original. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Miss Carly says it was really nice. Oh, no, I already read that. Whoopsie. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin." Oh, no, I've already read that one. Mr. Jason says, "We gained a new client today." I saw, and they're based in the TCC's HQ. Right. Yeah, they're up north. That's nice. I hope their streaming endeavor goes well. And yes, as Alan has pointed out, happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day for those that observe that. He was a pretty important guy. He helped cement a lot of getting America on the right track with its civil rights. He wasn't the only prominent person, of course, but he is one of the prominent men to have done that ever. And so his name, or his name and his history have been forever immortalized in a day on the calendar. Okay, yeah, Mr. Jason is currently on a 52 stream streak. Nice. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, also, Mr. Coin, you love Story of Seasons Friends at Mineral Town so much that you wiped your entire schedule for 3 hours and spent it with your VP? Nice. Nice. That's awesome. I don't know what's going on with the chat today. It's kind of crazy. I apologize if I miss anything. Aylin says you started reading 1984. Oh, are you finding it to be a good read? Is it maybe a bit too close to how things are happening today? Or how, like, parallels to the real world? Mr. Jason says, although it can't be helped, you usually can't always make it to Miss Carly's streams, as you do allocate 6 p.m. TCC time to... right. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. So when Carly streams align, that's also your priority? Look, you've put your hands in a lot of jars. Mr. Jason, Mr. Executive Chair, you've put your hands in a lot of jars. I don't blame you if you can't have your hand in my if you can't have your hand in the jar that represents my channel at all times. I get that. I can manage fine. Alan says, yeah, it's good. It sounds more like Hunger Games than IRL. Fair. Yeah, and a lot of people say Hunger Games is another alternate scenario we can end up with if things on the globe turn to, well, they turn to pot, so to speak. Mr. Jason says, but your highest branch is the executive branch. Highest priority. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. That said, as much as I'd like to continue to lather on the appreciation, we got stuff to do. And by stuff, I've got to fix my audio because somehow it became muted. 1 second. I'm sure you guys can hear it fine. It shouldn't be... Yeah, it's definitely my headphones. 1 second. That's weird. Oh, I think these headphones are starting to get a bit fritzy. Huh. I guess I'll have to... streams crash, or is it just you? Oh, hold on. User 11 says stream crash, or is it just you? Like game screen? No, game screen should be working fine, but... I just flickered it on and off for my headset. Mr. Jason says, but wait, Mr. Coin, we've not spent the first 20 minutes yapping yet. Oh, God. Yeah, it's just my head. It's my headset. Alan says he also downloaded a new game on the PC. Enlisted? Nice. What's it about? That sounds like a war game of sorts. Just curious, of course. Huh. I'm just trying to figure out what the deal with my headset is. That's not great. I'm gonna have to try to, like... Let me just confirm it actually is my headset. Yeah, it is. It is my headset. And is that coming up on mic? I don't like that this is happening. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try unplugging and replugging my headset. There we go. Now I can hear it. Alan says it's good. It's basically War Thunder, but you're a soldier. I have no reference for War Thunder. I apologize. I don't play a lot of that sort of game. Alan says you actually think it's made by the same people. I will take your word for it. I'll absolutely take your word for it. Okay, now that I have resolved the audio problem for myself, because I want to be able to hear it along with you guys, I'm going to go over what happened last time, and then I'm going to explain the off-camera stuff, and then I will give you guys an outline of what to expect. So, last time we started working on, we continued work on signs. We have a lot of signs for Addison, like, left to build. But we did manage to get a good chunk of them done. We pretty much did that all day. For what happened off camera, I have gone, you may notice that there are entirely clean maps, or mostly clean map. I have gone through and I have killed every enemy other than like stuff locked behind story. I'll explain that in a minute. But I've gone through and I've done the hunting. So we have a couple medals ready to pick up as well before we actually start the story. Other than that, I have gone through and I have marked the remaining Addison locations that's represented by these like people markers. If I have bumped into like a monster chest or something in the midst of all this hunting around, I've marked that as well. I've not opened the contents of the chests, just, you know, I happened to kill the enemy and I didn't even know that there was a chest there until after that happened. So I've left those for us to look at later. I have marked all of the remaining paintings or pictures that we need to frame into stables. That's something else that's got to get done. I have also marked the Piece 4X side adventures. Or side quests. We still have those to do. I found all three of the gentlemen. I'm sorry. I found all three of the like parties for that. I've marked them. There's also some random quest over here that I didn't know that was even there. I marked that. Did not touch it beyond that. What else? I think that's actually about it, honestly. Gordo Goku says, or you hope so. If you want to message me on Discord to make sure you're on Patreon and see your picture at least. Hold on. Oh, I appreciate that, Gordo Goku. That doesn't have an alert on it, so I kind of just have to look at it later. But I appreciate it. I will make sure... Assuming that is the truth, I will make sure I put your name on the placard appropriately, Mr. Gordo Goku, and I will have your privileges set up for you as soon as I reasonably can. Mr. Jason says it's not a coin stamp stream if he's not reading the chat for the first 20 minutes. I mean, we have an active audience. I really enjoy that. But also, even more than that, there was just I did a lot of stuff off camera that I needed to tell you guys about. So that, you know, for those that are following along, you understand why the hell are all these stamps going on? Why did things change so significantly? Blah, blah, blah. And of course, our goal for today is gonna be over here. We're finally ready to deal with the Thunderhead Isles, but I want to do it right and not just teleport and do it. I want to do it right, and that means following the quest trail. And that can only happen when we go to this castle. But before we go to that castle, I am going to take care of a teeny tiny bit of business, and that is the treasure chest that this guy is holding on to. Oh, it literally rebounded me off of it. Nice. I just want your chest. I just want the chest, buddy. I don't want to actually do anything with you. Nice. I might have to kill you, though, if you keep doing this. Right there. Gotcha. Give me this. And I'll leave you alone. Da, 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 da. I bumped into this way earlier and was like, I can't actually deal with this until you guys are on camera with me. So let's see if this is someplace we've already seen. Wow. It's almost like we've done a good job exploring things. Nice. All right, so now that's one more stamp that I can get rid of, and we're ready to go. Why don't we head to, oh, I'm forgetting we need to go back and talk to Greylands first. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin has my stamp of approval. Thanks. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin is truly showing us all of the content. Indeed, I am trying to show you everything. That's the whole goal. I don't want to just go for 100%. If I can go for completion, what is the game doing? Okay, I was like, what's the game up to? Now I understand. So, and I want to be heading here anyway. Rudu Goku says, I love that you can get the chest while the boss is alive. Isn't that nice? Yes, that I do like that I can do that. That way I don't have to fuss with a boss I've already killed. We don't even really get that much out of killing flux constructs. I mean, we get a nice part, sure, and we get a few Zonai devices, but that's really about it. It's not really worth our time. So we can now skip stuff like that. Reminder, good sir, says Mr. Jason, you can fit the Shurja encounter now. That might come in with Elden Ring. That's not, is again, assuming that the votes, you know, pan out that way. Maybe. Perhaps. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, that is just a kappa. Let me not read that. User 11 says a literally nice part. Nice. And it's true. It is a nice part for the beginning of the game. Okay, so I have also purchased arrows. I have gone and ground up quite a few supplies. We have 200 bombs, 166 puff shrooms. We've got 189 muddle buds. I've made sure we've had plenty to work with. Both for boom boom purposes and for like actual just, I need to blast things open. All right, I'm gonna save in case something untoward happens for whatever reason. Mr. Greylands, I've come to collect your medals. 2 of them. And we'll be able to get a 3rd one after today. Tell me about the big monsters. Stone Talus. Yes. 0. That's number 1. Yes, we've hunted them all. Da 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 da. It's a little Talus medal. Isn't that nice? Mr. Jason says Mr. User is getting better. Yes, I agree. That was a nice joke. User 11 says little by little, slowly but surely, we are getting to the end of this game. Slowly but surely. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you shall be delayed after the break. Very well, good sir. I hope that whatever you do during that time goes smoothly for you. Gordo Goku says Gerudo Girl is gone. You wonder where she went? Are you talking about are you talking about the girl with the 2 scimitars, or are you talking about the big tall one? If you're talking about the big tall one, oh, as in here. She's probably upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Jason says Mr. User 11 is getting better slowly but surely, but for Mr. Coin, it is slowly but sure, Jan. Fine. User 11 says you've met your potential. Mm-hmm. So this is medal number 1. And I'll show this again. There's one Hinox. I have gone over all of Hylia's creation to try to find it. You cannot find it. Not here. I hate that the game does this, but it is what it is, I suppose. Why don't we deal with the unusual monster, the huge silhouette. Yes, the Froxes. All that is done. An award presented by the Monster Control Crew in appreciation for defeating every Frox in Hyrule. It's very fancy and is shaped like the monster it represents. Yep. Gordy Goku says you have to wait and... well... I saw that, yes. Don't worry. You'll be able to state that, Mr. Gordo Goku, soon enough. I promise. Unfortunately, I had to spoil myself on that particular little fact since, you know, I spent hours and hours and hours and hours yesterday looking for the godforsaken Hinox. I finally looked it up, and yeah, I know the statement that was made earlier. You are correct. And I look forward to getting to show it. So we've gotten our 2 medals. Gordo Goku says as soon as you wrote it, you felt dumb for writing. What you could do is, you know, like, I would have like a you know, copy paste spoiler warning. I would have like those things in asterisks, as like your lead up sentence. I don't know if YouTube allows you to like spoiler mark things. I know Twitch doesn't. You kind of have to like just be careful. Gordo Goku says you'll do better. The main thing is that you were capable of deleting it. And that's really about all I can ask, good sir. Mr. Jason says, Coin stamp spoiler policy. Only light spoilers are allowed. Now, with Elden Ring, when we get ready to play Elden Ring, again, assuming the votes work out that way, you know, that'll be a whole different ball game. That can be more of, you know, you guys say what you want. Because the goal of that will not be story. The goal of that will be we're doing something specific. I'm going to be skipping through dialogue so fast it's not funny. Like, I'm literally going to be doing that. Completely different vibe. There, spoilers are absolutely fine. Here, not so much. Mr. Jason says the perfect Elden Ring spoiler. You may die. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You'll lose your souls over and over again. That's a Dark Souls 2 reference. It's the best one. I love it. Gordo Goku says, yes, Mr. Jason solely. You don't, you're fine, Gordo Goku. You've already deleted the offending message. You don't need to apologize anymore. Trust me, I know you were being earnest. It's not like you were maliciously trying to spoil anything. I'm fairly easy to work with in that regard. Promise. And yeah, I believe Mr. Jason was making fun of or poking fun at me more than anything else. Alan says it snowed yesterday. Nice. It did snow a teeny tiny bit for me yesterday, but it mostly turned out to be a sleet mix. I couldn't even get excited about it. Alan says it was only like 3 inches. I mean, hey, at least you got snow, right? Or was it mostly like... Alan says next Monday you think you're going to have a foot? I see. Yeah, in my portion of the United States, I want to just get one of these ready. We're gonna drop one of these puppies onto it. Nice. Yeah, if we usually don't get snow where I'm from, and it's very rare when it happens. We usually get sleet or hail. And the roads like to ice up a lot more than anything. There are also a couple of armor sets that we still need to get, just like a quick aside. Like, I'm very much aware there are still things we've missed. One of those armor sets will be coming to us in the story. Another one of those armor sets will be coming somewhere else. We also still have the rest of the frog set we gotta get, which is, you know, that's contingent on us double checking the Lucky Clover Gazette, among other things. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you want to buy a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set, but you've already bought a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set? Ah, the joys of more, right? Mr. Jason says snow is rare where Mr. Coin is. The sun is a myth where you are. I've heard. The certain weather phenomena are just myths all over the world. Gordo Goku says no snow here, just rain. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Lots of rain, but rain is good for the soil. You know, as long as it isn't, you know, leaching forever chemicals into the soil, then it's not quite so good anymore. Or acid rain, that's also not great for the environment. But all that rain does mean that at least the drought will come that much slower, more than anything. Your dedication is incredible. It'll keep me motivated for the rest of the afternoon. Captain Haas is withdrawn from the castle, fulfilling his other duties from the monster control crew. But never fear, I'm keeping watch, and I'll make sure no thieves sneak past me and steal any of the castle's treasures. But be on your guard, okay? There's a terrifying monster called a gloom spawn lurking around here. If you see a moving mass of gloom, fall back as soon as you can, or as fast as you can. I actually didn't know that you could talk to this guy and get that information. Let's read.
Yeah.
It's some kind of monster completely coated in gloom, and if it touches you, it'll steal away your vitality. It has strange wriggly things protruding all over. It's a real sight. If it spots you, it'll try and chase you down. Sorry, but I don't know any more than that.
Oh.
It's important to know as much as you can about your enemy. Be careful. I know enough to fill up a book, good sir. Would you like me to hand you a copy of my latest manuscript on the matter? Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you only really want another £92, 99 pence Nintendo Switch 2 dock set to put your 66.99 pound Nintendo Switch 2 all-in-one carrying case, just in case you ever go to people's houses again. Well, I'm quite sure you will. I'm quite sure you will, good sir. It is just a matter of time more than anything. Let me get a quick drink before continuing. Now, there is story. I should say I do know that there are going to be cutscenes today. So if you notice that I wink out my camera and the chat like this, that's why. I don't usually, feel the need to explain that, but I've gone a long time since I've explained that, so I figured I would. I try to do that to keep the cutscenes pristine and easy to listen to. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has enough for another Nintendo Switch 2 dock set now, but Mr. Jason also wants to do some January sale shopping when you meet your IRL friend on Saturday the 31st. Nice! Nice. Here's to hoping that goes over nice and smooth, huh? I'm sure would like to do some shopping. Unfortunately, I'm not really going to be able to, but I mean, there's always the cheap kind, window shopping. That some say that might even be the best kind of shopping. Now, I thought we could go up there and dial. So, what I'm gonna do is we're going to propel ourselves up there. I don't think I'll be able to do this, but I'm darn sure gonna try. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has no need for windows, good sir. No, not when you can actually buy. Mr. Jason can't do both unless Mr. Jason leaves Mr. Jason nothing for the first fortnight of February, and this upsets Mr. Jason. The struggle with patience. Goku says, oh, I see. It's just, I thought about being stylish. Can I even do this when I'm already propelled? No, actually, or maybe, hold on. It's gotta be like yeah, I know what to do. It's over there. Miss Carly says he'd love to go on a shopping trip with Mr. Jason. He can take you into the Hotel Chocolat, and you can drag him into shops that sell cute things. See, look at that. Beautiful. Goku says you know a new way now. Obviously not from the position I tried it, but I am glad to have shown you something new, yes. I can quite literally... Alright, let's equip the Zora set. Get over there and dive up. Why go the boring way with a shrine when you could go the fun way with, the gear you've obtained from the journey. Well, there's our titular princess. She's right in there. User 11 says Mr. Jason was a very used name in Mr. Jason's sentence. It is. I get the feeling Mr. Jason is trying to go for the most instances of his name in a single sentence. If I'm remembering a previous conversation correctly. Mr. Jason says this Kappa train is quite good today. Quite a few of them, yes. A crane. Oh man, you're telling me. Goku says, well, technically from what you showed, but yes, like, exactly. The spirit of the thing, right, Mr. Goku? Alright. Show me that you're fake. Alright. I will see you guys on the other side of whatever this is.
Sex.
There we go. And thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Much appreciated. Good to see you, good sir. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoyed your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're getting ready to, or we are in the midst of ascending the castle now properly. Well, I actually need a few of these, so I'll take it. So today is going to be a whole bunch of cutscenes, or maybe not a whole bunch of cutscenes, but like there's going to be more dialogue and story and things like that. And I'm looking forward to it, honestly. And I've brought plenty of supplies and oh, I can't believe that actually even worked. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you could really do with capitalizing on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock set, as it was sold out in all of July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, it's getting harder to, like, complete orders of anything involving metal or water or other stuff. Like, the planet is slowly being squeezed out of its resources as, you know, more and more and more companies are dealing with or going through AI integration. It's going to price everyone out of everything. In fact, if this keeps up, I'm kind of worried we'll actually run out of... I'm really concerned we'll run out of drinkable or potable water. It's just gross. All right, so you're up there. I bet we're going to be circling around to various spots in the castle. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, if you take the first letters of July, August, September, October, and November, you spell Mr. Jason's name. That is, yeah, you have mentioned this quite a few times. If only that were the full name and Mr. Jason was like an acronym, that would be hilarious. And correct, user 11, a very long name. A very long name. If we could be careful, I may be able to, like, continue to follow her. Mr. Jason says you can even add December if you were Jason. If I were adjacent to Mr. Jason?
Sure, Jan.
That sounds like something you would add to the end of your specific troll levels, if I'm being honest with you. Good sir, you've just been Jasoned. You know, you've been punked or what have you. Are you up? Where are you? That's not right. Oh. Alright, let's blow him into the water then. Oh god, he just jumped back. Real applause. Gordo Goku says, is 5th safe on agenda today? At least seeing 5th, yes. Oh no! Thank goodness that there was water there. Gordo Goku, I kind of don't really know. I'll see what I can do. Oh, he just jumped into the water with me and died. Wow, impressive. Yeah, that's largely just going to depend on if I'm able to do this segment properly, and if we get through the Kakariko segment next. Because that is old. Like, we were kind of familiar with the fact that, you know, a bunch of ruins fell on top of Kakariko, and that they had to deal with the Zonai in some significant capacity. Mr. Jason says, for you see, Mr. Coin, if the real world had adjacent zones, Mr. Jason would absolutely use them. Welcome on in, Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're in the midst of going through the Hyrule Castle, you know, Hyrule Castle proper. Is that, what? Is that really all that is? Okay. Sure. Yeah, random green rupee. Why? I mean, like I said, I'll take it. Just why, though? That sounds like something a troll dev would do, is do that. Okay. Maybe in here? Yeah, that's what it looks like. She's literally down there. Oh, she is. Yeah, she's a fake. She's a full-blown fake. So this feels like mid-boss territory. Mr. Jason says, so Mr. Oh, that is... I feel like we're gonna have counters for every living thing under the sun if we keep adding counters or requests for counters. I've got to put a foot down at some point. Oh, and God bless be to you, Mr. Tension. Before I forget. User 11 says, please give us a counter. Again, maybe for Elden Ring, when I can free up a little bit more of the, like, space for that game, because I have a lot of things I need to show on that screen, and I don't exactly have a lot of room for, well, I don't exactly have a lot of room. You guys will see what I'm talking about when I go over like team hitless type stuff. Mr. Jason says it's your channel, Mr. Coin. You don't have to add what we ask, but we might have counter arguments. Here's the UI and how it expands every 5 minutes. This is what this whole like segment is you know, the UI that constantly expands. Can we get a counter arguments counter? It says user 11. I think at this point everything Mr. Jason says is probably getting a counter at some point. Now, why don't we fight Big Bungus and get that over with? Thank you for performing distraction, Mr. Sidon. Much appreciated. User 11 says, we will definitely need a counter. I think that would be going into the ludicrous. Alan says, can we have a counters counter? Same vein as before. Definitely ludicrous. User 11 says, then after that, a counter. Yeah, see, the joke is endless, but it will also get annoying after a while. Okay. Oh, it's the King's Study. Interesting. Alright. So what do we have here? Is it a sword? Gordu Goku says... Counter? I don't know her. Had down yours in, and a good one it was, good sir. Mr. Jason says you missed a Miss Carly message. Oh, I'm sorry, Carly. Miss Carly says you could have a Jason's counter. You could. You absolutely could. Oh, I was kind of just not expecting the guard boots. Okay. These boots are part of the uniform for Hyrule's Royal Guard. They're a fine blend of style and function, recently reproduced and made available. I was not expecting to find this. Well, I mean, that at least somewhat, like, that somewhat fixes the set we were having. Somewhat, though. Only somewhat. Maybe we'll find the other piece while we're here. Possibly. Oh. Sign on. Thank you. Oh, there's just a bunch of Gibdo here. Okay. Get blasted. Absolutely blasted. I like that you have like relatively easy ways to like trigger the Gibdos. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason only really purchased the Nintendo Switch 2 dock set because your computer desk is a better height and more comfortable than your TV stand for mouse mode. Makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Well, I do hope that you were able to get it eventually, or more comfortable. Yeah, I do hope you're able to get it, Mr. Jason, for what that is worth. Oh, she's taken us through the entire dungeon. I see what's happening. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that and for being here as always. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour, which will be happening in around 4 to 5 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a little timer above my head. It'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the breaks last. I highly recommend that you guys get up and stretch and take a break during that time, because I'll be doing the same thing. Taking a break together will help us pass the time, etc., etc. That said, I'm no one's boss. You pass the time however you like. But once those three minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up exactly where we left off, the gaming, etc., etc. Let's catch up on messages one more time, and then we'll get the show moving. Mr. Jason says, Mr. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you don't want a Nintendo Switch 2, right? Or you're mistaking me for no one or for someone else. Okay, so I want a Nintendo Switch 2. I do want one. The problem is I don't want to support Nintendo because of the whole Pal World debacle, plus what they did with the Game Key cards, and how much more heavy-handed they have been with litigating people through court. So because of that, I am not supporting Nintendo. I do want their products, but I'm choosing to sacrifice things that I want to stand on principle, right? If I said, oh yeah, you guys should totally not support Nintendo, and then I had a Nintendo Switch 2, I would look very hypocritical. So I don't do that. Etc., etc. One can argue that I'm doing this through streaming as well, but I mean, you guys voted for this, and we streamed this before Nintendo did really, decided to go down this road. And I probably would have tried to, save up for a Nintendo Switch 2 if the whole Pal World thing had never happened. I admit that Pal World flew too close to the sun, so part of it is on Pal World, but a lot more of it is on Nintendo. And it isn't just Pal World, it is the other stuff. But I hope that's, answered the statement. I do want one. I'm trying to stand on principle. Mr. Jason says you just need to buy another HDMI 2.1 cable, although your monitor is not HDMI 2.1, but you can always upgrade. I certainly hope so, good sir. Computer parts are getting expensive, and slowly companies are trying to make you rent computers rather than own them. Mr. Jason says, although an HDMI 2.1 cable is around £5, yeah, I mean, that part I expected to be cheap, but other stuff, maybe not so much. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason was looking at a 1,099-pound monitor a few years back. Oh, they're going to be like 1,500 today. And a 999-pound soundbar as well. Ah. Yeah, computer equipment is expensive. Mr. Jason says that is a good principle. Mr. Coin, I appreciate that. We don't mind whatever you stream, good sir. I appreciate that. Very well, Alan. Gordo Goku says, you feel like it's okay now that you're here. You love finding lots of crickets and mixing the goblin horns and flying from Skyview Tower to the castle first thing after you get a glider. Oh yeah, this place is a good place to get early, nice weapons and parts. I'll have to read the rest of that when I come back. Thank you guys again, and see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I had to clean up a little bit of a spill, so I was late. So sorry about that. I do hope everyone got something they wanted out of the commercial break. And so on. Let me catch up on chat, and then I will definitely make sure that we keep things moving. Let's see, where did I leave off? Gordogoku says that's just you. You're glad to see how I do it. I appreciate that. Gordogoku says you don't know if you wanted Switch 2 just because of a new Zelda game. That might happen. Yes. It's apparently supposed to be a bridge of, like, it's either 4 games or it's like one game that is set in Tears or set in the wild engine, but it's like a different Link, different story. Not 100% sure. Yeah, the Switch 2 is not worth that price. There got to be several games on it you want. Gordogoku says have a good break. Thank you. Tension says you left a like also, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Tension. I really appreciate that. Everybody, please leave Mr. Coin a like. He's a great guy. I appreciate that. Yes, every little like does help. Liking the video and leaving a comment on the VOD after the fact. Like after the stream is over. It becomes a regular YouTube video after that. A comment would help show that people are engaging with the content. But I'm not going to sit and make people, do that. A like is most I think I will really probably ask for. That said, let's keep things moving, shall we? Yeah. 2-for-1 special. Ooh, well, luckily, at least we're getting, like, halfway decent sticks and stuff. Ow. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, I leave a like every time. I appreciate that, good sir. Truly, I do. Okay, let's go grab that stick then. I did not want to do that, but it's fine. There we go. Yeah, I appreciate that. The likes help. Every like helps. Every like increases my visibility just that much more. And eventually, YouTube will push me more seriously than it already does. And I truly do mean that. Let's see. Hold on. I can't tell if this game wants me to go up or down. Mr. Retention says, Mr. Coin, have you beat Wind Waker 100%? And I be here even when you think I'm not. I understand that, Mr. Tension. And yes, I have beaten Wind Waker. I've beaten it twice as a kid. Not any time on camera, mind you. Like, I haven't played Wind Waker on camera ever, like at all. But I have beaten it a couple of times, and I have 100%ed it at least once. Tension says that you were lurking a couple streams. Understandable. Hey, lurking is the backbone of every stream. So I appreciate that. User 11 says back. Sorry for the delay. No problem, User 11. None at all. You haven't missed much, if anything. Other than, like, continually clearing out the mobs. Mr. Tension says, wow, Mr. Coin, that's great. I appreciate that. Gordogoku says, you need to play Link of the Past, but every time you start, you get lost. I mean, the opening bit is pretty much the same, where I guess the game can get... oh, hold on. I guess where the game can get a little bit complicated is toward like the beginning and the ends where it kind of like really opens up. I guess that's also something else too, is that A Link to the Past is kind of open in what you can do. It's not totally open. There are some things you have to do, but it's actually pretty open among Zelda titles. And that's saying something when some of them have been incredibly linear. User 11 says, found another Zelda yet? Nope, working on it though. Absolutely positively working on it. I'm just kind of following where the monsters are taking me. In fairness, I could absolutely just go to where where this quest ultimately is. I kind of know where it is, but again, it's about doing things the right way. I want to do things the right way, because if we don't do them the right way, you know, how can I call myself a completionist? I mean, I can, but you get my point. You get what I'm trying to say. Doing it right on screen means I can show people the right way that it's done. Gordigokus is right, and you know it's a favorite, but you have problems. Then again, you love Zelda 2 when no one likes it. See, you just never know. You never know what people are going to... as I've said a couple of times, Mr. Gordigoku, everyone has a circle of hell that they enjoy. And when I say circle of hell, I mostly mean when it comes to, like, activities and pastimes. Everyone has a certain level of torture that they don't mind dealing with in order to play the game, quote unquote. Maybe we have to ascend through, now that I'm looking at this. Let's see if I'm right. I'm probably not. Oh, hello. Bye. That really didn't take long. I'm really trying to get... Oh, actually, it would make more sense if we were to go up to the first floor. Okay. Yeah, like, I'm a Soulsborne enjoyer, right, Mr. Gordigoku? I think I've said that a couple of times. You know, I'm a Soulsborne enjoyer. That is definitely a circle of hell, for sure. Is that... Yeah, it's at the basement. First level basement. So it's like, what, here? I'm trying to make sense of it. Or make sense of where the game wants me to go. Have I taken a picture of this? I have. Okay. Well, I'll take it. It's a nice high damage, high value bow. Yeah, 50 power on a bow. Fantastic. But I definitely know that... I definitely know for sure that, you know, the Soulsborne or the Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring experience is not for everyone. And because it is not for everyone, you know, I could say that that is my circle of hell I get to enjoy. These are known for being hard games. I'm sure I've not gone the correct direction, but we're already here, so we might as well keep going. Gordigoku says that Zelda's room, yeah, that's really nice. I wonder if that bow always respawns. I sort of don't think it does. Yes. How would I have... You don't. Okay, you had... Okay, let's... There's another fire one here. And another fire one. Okay, and I'm willing to bet... Oh, that's actually pretty nice. I wasn't expecting to see that royal bow. Maybe I should be paying attention a bit more to my environment. And we will find these royal guardsmen's tools to use. Okay, anything else going on here? I think what the game wants me to do is somehow head to the basement? Oh, yeah, just literally follow the thing. Okay. maybe head in through here. That's basement 2. The basement 3 would be down here. The game really hasn't given me much choice. Chest in that room? Oh, okay, hold up. I see that. There is a chest in that room, supposedly. We can get back to Zelda's study pretty easily. Thankfully, it's at least not raining. I can climb in a thunderstorm, but we can't do anything if it's raining. Actually, this kind of... Hold on. This, we need to do this differently. And by differently, I mostly mean climb. Mr. Jason says, the true Zelda is the friends we made along the way. You know, that was the original intention from... You right, Goku. I could totally do that. Why am I thinking hard? I could think smart. Thanks. There we go. Let me let that fall. Do whatever it's gonna do. Treasure chest in that room, huh? It's not really this. Oh, I'm quite sure it's not. Let me take a look around. Oh, you think it's across here. Or like it's somewhere in here, huh? Let's see. Is that what you're saying? Mr. Jason says, yes, Mr. Coin. That is why, Jamie, 251 was your predecessor, good sir. His values have always been work smarter, not harder. I have the same value. It's just sometimes I don't see it. I don't see the smart way to work, so I toil instead. Yes, where the monsters were. Look in the corner. Okay, hold on. Yep. Let's see. Oh, I got it. Thank you. Oh, well, I guess that's the whole set, huh? This spiffy cap is part of the uniform for Hyrule's Royal Guard. It's lighter than it looks and is easy to move around in. Recently reproduced and made available. I appreciate the assistance on that, Goku. I would have never spotted that. We would have been back here later at a different point to grab that. This saves us the time. Yeah, work smart, not hard. Goku says he didn't think I wanted to miss that. Trust me, I don't. The less that we're here, the better off it is for us. Promise. So now we just need to figure out how to get to B3. User 11 says, not quite what she said. Or as some people might get the inclination to do.
Sex.
Exactly. See, we're all getting into the spirit of things. Look, like I said, this stream is a place for adults, and humor gets adult sometimes. If people can't handle that, don't want their children here, etc., etc., parents, I highly encourage you to. I think they wanted us to go down this way. I highly encourage the parents to, do their job if they aren't too busy being overworked. Mr. Jason says, you do have some news, good sir. You were talking to Mr. Jamie, and while you can't reveal everything, you can say somewhere down the line that he might challenge the executive for either Carly's role or you, or for his old role, and your policies allow for that. However, with what you and Carly have done so far, people have a lot of work commitments to challenge the... Yeah, exactly. He would have to onboard as well as he would propose things to Carly's level to challenge. Well, I wish him the best of luck. If he decides he's going down that road. If not, okay. If he wants to be an executive director, he's more than welcome. Well, I'll welcome him in whatever role he decides he wants to have. User 11 says, yes, only mature people here. Indeed. You know, we all had unfettered internet access. I'm sure it was fine, TM.
It's just asinine.
Mr. Jason says, although he seems fine with Ned. Yeah, although everyone has a lifetime place on the board. Too true, as long as they don't leave it. All right, I'm pretty sure that a cutscene is coming up, possibly. So, let's see if this is correct. No. Not until later. Hello, Mr. Moblin. No, I don't want to freeze. I want to sneak. We want to sneak. Mr. Jason says that they leave it, they're welcome to, but it might be several more times more difficult to rejoin. Exactly. Exactly. So great care and intent should be taken before folks decide to leave in the first place. That said, you know, I'll handle. I will elect to handle that when whatever Jamie decides to do. I'll handle that when we get there. In the meantime, I'm just going to focus on doing what is best for the TCC. I'm going to focus on making sure that the change in vision or any changes in vision are followed through on, and that we continue to, you know, thrive and function well for a Discord server. That's my goal. For community, let's call it. So, Zelda, are you just giving me the runaround just cause, or are you... Yeah, I kind of feel so. I kind of feel that is the case. Now, what chest do we have here? Royal Guard's Claymore, decayed Claymore prototype for a Royal Guard. It's made of a metal refined using an unusual metal, and it holds massive destructive power just before it breaks. I will get rid of a sturdy thick stick for that, at least for now. Mr. Jason says it's similar to the TCC as a whole, really good, sir. Everyone is welcome to join once. If they leave, they leave. If they leave by accident, we'll re-invite. But if they leave again, you can't really validly say it was an accident the second time. Right, right. Well, I mean, the odds of it being accidental twice in a row is pretty low, but it isn't impossible either. But yeah, I get your point. I definitely get your point. I just try to focus on being helpful insofar as I'm capable of being. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you were wondering, if you don't mind your asking, is the VIP stamp a sub-stamp? It is not. VIP is VIP. It's its own thing. I typically reserve VP for people who have been here a long time. Like, I'm talking multiple years. For example, Mr. Rasby is someone that should have had a VIP some time ago. So, last year, I ended up giving it to him. I've got, like, a whole, sound bite and stuff to go with it. It's kind of supposed to be a big deal. I would say... Right now, I have maybe 1 or 2 VPs, so I'd probably game to promote a few more. Really all that VP is that if there's a sub or emote only mode, you know, people with VIP can, like, type in during that. That's it. That's all that gets. It's really basic as far as, like, Twitch, like, chat rewards are concerned. Mr. Jason says, everyone's a VIP here. Now, that is too true. A spiritual VIP, which is the best kind, where there's no, like, shiny reward or anything. It's just recognition. Okay, maybe this way. Yeah, somewhere along here should point us in the general right direction. How can we get across? Oh, right here. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin and Miss Carly are VIPs in your life. I appreciate that, good sir. We're gonna pop in through here. All right. Oh, well. Oh, it just ate fruit. It just ate the puff shroom. Excuse me. Interesting. I didn't know it would fake out, you know, likes quite like that. Gordo Goku says, forgive me, but where are you going? Maybe you could help. I'm following Zelda, is what I am doing. I am taking her position on the map and trying to get to it. I realize where I could go. I'm aware of where this is ultimately going to take me, but I want to follow her. I think it'll be more thematic and appropriate if we follow her the whole time, rather than preempt by going to where I know it is. This is the... Unfortunately, Coin kind of had to, like... In the midst of doing research for other things, he kind of lightly spoiled himself on what is to happen next. And so I'm kind of, like, trying not to spoil other people at the same time. Mr. Jason says, a light spoiler, Mr. Coin. The next encounter with Zelda will be a cutscene, good sir. I appreciate the heads up. That lets me know to get ready, with the hotkey there. Gordo Goku says, oh, it's all good. You were just wondering. No problem, good sir. Not a problem, Gordo Goku. Happy to answer. I'm gonna have to, like, burn it again, but that's fine.
Link, I am waiting. Waiting for you.
I can even tell that she doesn't normally have that kind of speaking cadence when talking to us. So I get the feeling I'm pretty sure I can confirm this Zelda is fake. There's something wrong. But let's follow this path to its natural conclusion, shall we? Yeah, look, it takes us right up there. All right. No, I don't... Look, I don't even care about the rest of you peons. You can live. I just want her. I want to deal with her once and for all. Gordo Goku says, have you done the memories of the tears, as the game calls it? Yes. We have all of the geoglyphs. Perhaps not all of the memories. Some of the memories are not associated with geoglyphs, but all of, like, the extra ones you get to go do, yes. Those we have done. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin reserves VIP people for VIP people. Yes, very unfortunate. For people who've been around for a while. Whereas for Mr. Jason, becoming a VIP friend of yours, there are no clear-cut examples. It just kind of happens out of the blue one day. Just like Mr. Coin started as a TCC director and now leads the board. Yeah, I've come... It's been like a hot, like, 6 months, hasn't it? Mr. Jason goes on to say, so does Miss Carly. Yeah, that... Yeah, I appreciate how far I've come during that time. I'm not even sure where I would be if not for the TCC during these during those vitally important 6 months. Perhaps I would be streaming to no one. Perhaps I might have hung up my hat. I don't really know. Gordogoku says one of them should have hinted it. Just saying. Sorry if you're asking too many questions. Oh, no, not at all. I'll let you know if your question is kind of like a problem. Don't worry. But, I am very keenly aware that Nintendo can be vague when it wants to be. And Aonuma's team is more than capable of being vague, and especially vague, in fact, where they could be more specific. And should have been more specific. It's the beauty of deving, I suppose. And yes, I do like a good excuse to yap. You're right about that, Mr. Jason. That said, it is cutscene time. I will see you guys on the other side of said cutscene.
At last. I have been waiting for you to arrive. Now, Link, there is something here I want to show you. What do you think? Hyrule Castle, perfect and glorious. Does it awaken memories? Memories of our time here? Well, really take in every detail. After all, this place
Will be the last thing you ever see. The fabled swordsman who endured my corruption, who has persisted in slaughtering my servants. Interesting. How is it that you survived my attack? It must have been that wretched arm. No matter. You will not live to see another sunrise. Did my puppet entertain you? She made it so easy to mislead you, to keep you occupied. But such an indirect approach is no longer needed. End this hero's life, my dark servant. Cut him down.
Sorry, I was double checking something with the soundboard, aka our channel point rewards. So, what a cutscene! User 11 says, wait, she is fake! Absolutely a fake. One of Matt Mercer's finest works, truly. Mr. Jason says, ah, Ganondorf, the wannabe troll level creator. What a pathetic excuse of a villain. Mr. Coin, if troll level creators escape the void that is Super Mario Maker 2, I can assure you that even Ganondorf will be subservient to us, or forever be doomed to an anti-softlock. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, do me a favor and destroy this thing and send it to me. Sure, with pleasure. Gordogoku says, yeah, this is scary. I've seen worse, but I could see how this would be scary for some people, definitely. Let's get into the right, let's get into some armor, shall we? Ah, we're dealing with fakes, are we? Ow. Oh, come on. If phantoms are all you're sending my way, of course things aren't going to be, Of course this isn't going to go well for you, Phantom, or Ganondorf. Yeah, this really isn't gonna go well for you. Especially not if we're all doing this. Where's phase 2 at? How about some of these? Oh, are they shifting between different forms? Yeah, I see what's going on. This is kind of cool. It's too bad we've come here with halfway appropriate gear, and so this is really not going to be much of a challenge.
It seems there is more to you than the power Rauru has gifted. But not much more.
Link, we are here!
Those who carry the secret stones.
Just what is this thing?
You do not recognize me. Perhaps there are limits to the knowledge the secret stones impart. You stand before Ganondorf. The foolish actions of your ancestors served only to delay my ascension. Allow me to show you the world that was and will be again when I have been restored. Rise, my sons. Sweep over Hyrule with the power I have granted. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors. See, you cannot hope to escape your fate. My power will sweep across this land. You need but await the inevitable end.
Phew.
Was that the Demon King we were warned about? It all really happened?
This is dire. The Demon King, the man who nearly destroyed the world. Ganondorf. With his return, everyone's in danger.
Oh, this isn't good. If that really was him, oh, we're in real trouble.
Hold on. He must not be at his full strength. Otherwise, why flee instead of finishing us off? We should return to Lookout Landing and decide what to do next. Link, you should come too.
Wow. Well, I can't say that that wasn't a thrilling cutscene. Let me catch up on chat because I know I have been watching you guys talk. I'm going to start with the purple app and move over to the red one. I believe I have sufficiently sent the Phantom to the gap between dimensions, Mr. Jason, if you would like to take him from there. Mr. Jason says to who said, this seems scary. If this seems scary, look up Super Mario Maker 2 troll levels and Super Mario Maker 2 anti-softlocks on YouTube. Ah, yes. You are slowly exposing people to that, Mr. Jason. Now that's horror. It can be, I guess. User 11 says, epic? Indeed. I like that the game has ginned up the stakes a little bit. Mr. Jason says, Secret Stones, Demon King, troll level creators, Kappa. User 11 says, can we get a Demon King one fight? Like, how many fights did he win? Or how many, like... I'm a little bit confused with that last question, which I think I can tell is probably a tad bit of sarcasm, but moving over to the red app, Goku says they will parry, unlike the others. They can try. Oh, they did try, but I just didn't attack them, while they were... I just didn't attack them to get parried. I mostly stayed back with these. Goku says, see, scary. I could see why people would think it's scary, even and especially if, you go out of your way to like attack them in melee. Yeah, that could be, especially if you come in with less than the necessary equipment. Yeah, I can see how this would be scary. And thank you for the GGs. Mr. Jason says, you truly love that Ganondorf, moving back over to the purple app. Requires Choo-Choos, Gibdos, Horriblin, Lionels, Moblins, Bokoblins, Hinox, Lizalfos, Aracudas, Likes, Boss Bokoblins, Taluses, Gleox, Evermeans, and yet us troll creators could do what he failed to do with just fish. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, you were aware of this battle, and so you decided to make your photo of Phantom Ganon for the Hyrule Compendium this fight? I forgot. So you managed to get all 5 of them into the shot. Real nice. Please tell me that is the same spot in the compendium as like the normal Phantom Ganon. I would hate to have missed something special because of that. User 11 says we won. Okay, I'm glad that is confirmation, Mr. Jason. I have already taken a picture of the Phantom Ganon, so goody. And yes, User 11, we did win. I'm liking that. I am going to grab a couple of these. Oh, and we got a memory there. Having turned into the Demon King, Ganondorf uses his terrifying power to cover the world in gloom and send his army of monsters across Hyrule, attacking the peoples of all territories who oppose him. And then here, we get an update. User 11 says, no, you meant, like, okay, I will exercise some patience on that. Mr. Jason says, now Link would have a much tougher time against Fish. You just stab them. They drop out of nowhere. It's not a platformer. He has a weapon, and he has health. So unless the fish is like a one-shot or something, fish are fine. User 11 says, you asked if it was battles he won or battles we won, and you were being ironic. Ah. Understood. Gordy Goku says not to spoil, but pay attention to the cutscene on Blood Moon. So the next Blood Moon? Okay. Princess Zelda, who appeared at Hyrule Castle, turned out to be an imposter created by Demon King Ganondorf. The Demon King isn't yet fully regenerated, so there may still be time. Return to Lookout Landing and talk to Pora. Okay, so let's figure out how, like, in what order we want to do this. So what, like, have a superpower weapon here? I do want to outfit these with, like, Callous Heart. We'll just grab these. Might as well pick all of them up. No, I want this. I want to drop one of these. Okay, and then for the time being, we put sticks and stuff on them. Perfect. At least for now. Mr. Tetchin says, hey, Mr. Coin, you had to talk to your mom. You're back? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you. That's your heart? Indeed. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin, but lava fish and poison water fish do not get killed by the sword stab. Good, sir. Champion powers. Specifically, something like, I don't know, Riju's Lightning Strike or Sidon's Water Shield. You'd have to troll Link in a completely different way, I guess is what I'm probably saying. Let's pick up the heart container. Let's, this should be the last one of the game, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. A rare item that restores some of the life force you lost to the gloom. The last amount, actually, increasing your maximum number of hearts by 1. I believe we're all hearted out there. Mr. Jason says you underestimate our fish, good sir. Perhaps I do. Ooh, yeah, let me get a couple of these, actually. Maybe like an attack up? Or, no, that's a fast fire bow. Let's get rid of, I guess, a durable bow for one of these. Okay, I have what I wanted. We got a lot of stuff out of this. So now that that's happened, we can go back over to the landing and go from there. Let's get out of here. That only took about 2 hours. Yeah, I suspect the whole deal with the 5th and final to take place over the course of the next couple of streams. But with any luck, we'll get to what the object of the thumbnail is today. I'm sure hoping I can do that in the next 2 hours. And if I lock in, I think I should be able to. I can see everyone has gone back to normal, huh? Link, hello there. So, what do you think of the old handy-dandy Skyview Tower, eh? The Skyview Towers are a result of the sweat and toil from those of us at Hudson Construction. Pora charted out the design work naturally, but the project was huge in scale and sent us all over the world. Who knew we end up building things that catapult people into the wild blue yonder? Yeah, okay. Oh. Alright. I want to see the normal dialogue for... Is she around here somewhere? Not precisely. Maybe she's up there on the platform and that's her normal spot. Okay. I'm gonna make another save, just in case, and I'm gonna be ready with the, cutscene, with the, hotkey. I'm glad to see you're safe, Lady Riju. Of course. You needn't always worry about me, Buliara. Hello, Muzu. King Sidon, are you hurt? Ha, of course not. Not a single scratch has marred these fins. You're protecting Lookout Landing and not just lazing around, right? We're doing a good job. We only lace sometimes. You can't help them all. You've grown bigger while I've been away, haven't you? Stop treating me like some little kid. Those injuries on your wings, this is a sign of the times. You've clearly been doing more than your fair share, haven't you, Tulin? Some things never change, it seems. Gordo Goku says, yeah, metal, don't forget. Of course not, and I'm glad you said that. Let's go get that right now. All right, Greylands. Hello, and thank you for your hard work. Yep, large and unusual monsters. Yeah, how about the big ones? Wait, you've also got... Oh, he's just said the same thing, and then the dialogue options didn't reflect that. So how about Hinox? Yes. Yes, we've hunted them all. Oh, it does look like a little Hinox. It's kind of cute. That's a hunting token. Right, every Hinox. We've been working ourselves every day to earn it. Working every day to earn it ourselves. You started to think it was an impossible task, and yet everyone knows about your great deeds, Link, but it feels good to give you something tangible as proof of them. Impossible. You're saying that each and every large and unusual beast has been torn asunder? Gordo Goku says you love his surprise. I do too. He seems like such a composed individual, and yet the feat we've been working on does actually surprise him. That does feel good to see. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you see, in one of Mr. Jason's levels, you exit a pipe with a pea balloon power-up, and the room has a spring. Okay, a saw and a pipe. It looks like you need to lose the power-up on the saw and grab the spring, but the room is actually in night mode, and so it is upside down, and you fall to your doom. On the way to your death, you see that you have to touch the saw and hug the wall as there are arrows pointing to the real pipe. And to show you that you are more evil than Ganondorf at that death point, you added the pig sound effect that sounds like a fart. Ah, yes. Preying on the fact that people will have forgotten about night mode, huh? Night mode is actually a pretty cool addition to Super Mario Maker 2. I do quite like it a lot. I think it's a great way to spice up levels without needing to add that much like map real estate. You just change how the physics work. It's great. Just when I thought you couldn't possibly outdo yourself, you've gone and done it again. There's nothing more I could give you, but let it be known that you will forever remember this incredible feat you've accomplished, Link. Weird. There's supposed to be one more. Well, first... Okay. Maybe that particular one comes only after completing the game. That's what it might be. Alright. Now we'll have to save again, of course, but maybe that is going to be a cutscene moving forward. And let's also get into the right gear. I can't go looking like I'm not wearing clothes. There we go. That's better. Looks more realistic. There we go. Mr. Jason says you can't wait for Miss Carly to start Super Mario Maker 2. Oh, is she going to... Oh. Well, she says she's not sure she's going to do that, and the troll levels make her less sure she's going to do that, but those are only some of the last words I remember her saying. Anyway, just in... Gordo Goku says another medal after that. Wow, you're glad you're working on that too. It feels like there should be another one, but it's possible I've misread something. You never know. That said, I'll see you guys what is probably after. Gosh dang it. I can't do that now. We have 6 minutes until the commercial break. And this cutscene is going to take probably longer than 6 minutes. Maybe. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you got the gold mask on accident in Wind Waker. You had the 99 medallions and the teacher took them all. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, I forgot you get something for that. It's been a long time since I've played Wind Waker. So we might as well shoot the breeze for the next 5 minutes. Mr. Jason says, oh, yes, true, Mr. Coin. Miss Carly watched Sarami play Super Mario Maker 2, and she was perplexed at a level before your troll level. Yeah, never mind the actual troll. Never mind actual trolls. Nuts. I need to stop by his stream sometime. It's just that, you know, we're basically on opposite sides of the ocean almost. Off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you, available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. Thank you for listening to that. And you guys have been awesome hanging out today. I really do appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks, and I promise I'll answer all of the questions in just a moment. I just want to make sure I've gotten this said first. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour, so in about the next 4 minutes, next 3 minutes, there will be a timer above my head. It'll read 3 minutes. When that timer, or I should say, when that time does come, I will get up from my desk and take a break, stretch my legs, all that other fun stuff. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. You know, grab a snack, get a stretch, grab a drink, whatever fits your fancy, or don't. I'm not anyone's boss. However you choose to spend those 3 minutes, though, when they're over, I will have returned from my desk, and we can get back to the gaming. We've got a lot of ground to move, and we've hit, I'd say, about the halfway, maybe the halfway point of where I want to be today. So, with any luck, we can get the remainder of that taken care of today. Since I saw stuff on the Red app first, I will start there. Mr. Tensions, I'm sorry, Gordo Goku says another medal after the... Oh, I've already read that. Okay, yeah, I did read that prior to the thing. Mr. Tension says, I already read that one as well. Gordo Goku says, you wish there were a medal for Lionel's. That would be awesome. You'd have that covered immediately. I was expecting there to be one, and there isn't. It's so stinky. But I guess that medal is in Breath of the Wild, so I guess that makes some sense. If you want a medal for that accomplishment, just get it in Breath of the Wild. Mr. Tension says, will you be able to get all the pictures the first playthrough? So do you have to beat the game 2 times to get all the pictures? I think you can get them in a single playthrough. Maybe and I'm thinking that's true in the HD version. I cannot answer about the original. I just don't know. I can try to find that out for you, though, Mr. Tension. In fact, I'll try to look out for both versions, and I'll give you an answer upon my return. Let's see. Sir Jason says, indeed, good sir. Seremu's in Kuwait. Yeah. Not quite the opposite side of the world, but pretty far along in that direction. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, are you getting all the outfits? That is the plan. That is the plan. All the outfits, and we get one for going through this part of the quest line. We do get one. So between that and what Mr. Gordogoku has done to assist us with getting the rest of the Royal Guard outfit, you know, we've gotten two of the three remaining sets of armor that we had prior to today. The last one that I can see or remember is the frog suit, and we got to go to the Lucky Clover Gazette and, you know, do chit-chats about that. Mr. Jason says you're spending those 3 minutes eagerly waiting for Mr. Coin to return. Thank you guys again, and I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. even if that is just, you know, waiting for it to be over. That's a valid thing to want out of a commercial break. before we continue, I want to go. I need to go make my cup of tea real quick. But I wanted to show you guys the late Christmas present I got, just real quick. So I have a friend, and she's kind of been shopping around for gifts, and she gave me this cool mug. It's kind of hard to tell because it's not exactly in focus. There we go. It's little pixel characters. It's the bosses that are significant figures from Elden Ring, which I think is pretty cool. You got Melania on here. You've got the fire giant. You've got Blythe. You've got the Mad Pumpkin King. There's Renala on here. I recognize all of them now that I've looked at it, but it's a nice mug. It's about 10 ounces. About 10 ounces. I think might be what, like... it's like 20... No, it would be like 100 or 200 milliliters, something along those lines. For those of you based elsewhere, not in the States. Yeah. It's a nice Christmas gift. I'm very thankful. I wish I could get her something. Of course, I'm broke, but... I just kind of have to accept the goodwill gift that was basically kind of custom made for me. I'm forever grateful to her for this. Speaking of being forever grateful, I will be right back. I'll be stepping away from my desk for a few seconds while I put the sugar into the mug and pour the tea real quick. 1 second. Okay. I'm going to let my cup of peppermint tea kind of steep a second. Let's catch up on chat, and then we'll finally go into this cutscene, eh? I know we've been waiting on that. Let's see. Okay. Gordogoku says Breath of the Wild has Lionel medals. Yeah, you talk to Colton in that game. Or, no, I'm sorry, it would be Kilton. You talk to Kilton for that. Kitchen says, okay, thank you, it's the original version. Oh, shoot, that was one. I got caught up in a side conversation. Let me, look at that for you real quick before I forget. If I could spell right. No, it's not required. You can get all the photos in New Game. It's easier in New Game Plus. I believe you start out with an item already in New Game Plus to just go along and start doing that. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, also, you're sad. You just tested the Lava Fish in SMM2, and the Master Sword does beat them. Ah! Oh, with the Link power-up, right? User 11 says, Mr. Coin, could you open the special controls? Sure. You're missing one? I am also missing one, as it turns out. Let me wink out the camera a second so we could, I could see that. You guys could see that. Yep. Still missing one. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. User 11 says, what's New Game Plus? Oh, for Wind Waker, it's just rebooting the game again. And you start, I think you start with like the pictograph already and like one or two other things. Because the game expects you to already be able to sail, etc., etc. I forget exactly. Yeah, the New Game Plus was in regard to Wind Waker. Yes. Let's see. Tension says, oh, or Gordo Goku says, wow, you just looked it up? You really had no idea about medals for Breath of the Wild? I didn't either. That is one thing I did not do in Breath of the Wild, were the medals. I just didn't know they were a thing. You know, you said it twice, but it just surprised you. It surprised me too when I looked up Tears of the Kingdom medals. Like when I went and looked at the key items, I saw there were strange objects that were not labeled. Yeah, I found out what those were, and that Breath of the Wild had them as well. Mr. Tension says, wow, nice, Mr. Coin. Gordo Goku says, cool, you're good. Thank you. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension. Gordo Goku says, Kilton. Got it. I don't know under what condition you need to speak to Mr. Kilton to make that happen, though. I do know you talk to him, but I do not know what triggers that dialogue about the medals, yes. You're very welcome, Tension. Gordo Goku says, for a game you've been addicted to for the last few months, there's a lot you've not noticed. I kind of liken playing a game for the first time to watching a movie for the first time. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You guys have all seen movies in theaters before. When you're watching a movie, you're focused on, like, the big stuff happening. You often forget the little details, right? Like, oh, maybe there's a specific design on a door in Lord of the Rings, or there's like an Easter egg. Or if you can hear it real close, you may be able to detect a Wilhelm scream from like Gilligan's Island where there should not have been at all in the footage, or something along those lines. The second time through, you can pick up on smaller details like that. Those are the small details that tend to be missed in games like these. Or when you're watching a movie or doing anything for the first time, you just don't pick up on the small stuff until later. User 11 says, oh, you just asked him about monsters. You 100%ed Tears of the Kingdom? Nice. We like that around here. Where is my button for this? Really nice. Tension says, yeah, you were missing one too on Tears of the Kingdom. It never was unlocked. Yeah. Gordo Goku says, nice to user 11. They're at 90%. You're getting there. We're all getting there. And trust me, I'm just as curious to see where my score is going to be too. We're just waiting until the right moment to go fight Mr. Dwarf. It's not yet. Gordo Goku says it's very true, Mr. Coin. Yeah, playing a game and watching a movie for the first time, kind of the same deal. You play for the first time, you watch for the first time, you focus on the big stuff, you go around and play again. Or you watch it again, you pick up on smaller details this time. That's usually how it works. It worked that way for me when I was playing Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 multiple times over and over. You learn to pick up on the small stuff. Now, for you and I need to have a good chat, Miss Thing. I think there's going to be a cutscene for this, so I'll see you guys after that.
Yes.
Never mind. Tension says, yeah, the special action button. They just put it there, never used it. Wow, incredible. Welcome back. Looks like it was pretty tough. So how did it go? I see. So to summarize, there's no mistaking that what you all saw at the castle was the Demon King from the Legend of the Imprisoning War. And the princess you've been seeing was actually an imposter. And the reason she appeared at Hyrule Castle was so the Demon King could lure Link into a trap. Goku says, my dude, watching you play, it should be high 90s. I'm betting more than not you're 100% for sure. We'll see. You never know if there's going to be some little area we haven't explored, or a mandatory chest I was supposed to open, or some enemy I didn't kill. You never know with these games. There are people that are constantly learning new things about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom all the time. In fact, I think Breath of the Wild only recently got finished being put through decomp, or that is to say, you know, Breath of the Wild's code is like basically available to look at through a decompiled version. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom probably will be following suit within, I'd say, within a year. I don't know too much, but usually when one of these things comes out, give it like a year or two, and like the next preceding game, finishes going through the same like unraveling of the decomp, or the decompiled mode of the game. When that happens, I bet we're gonna learn a lot about what this game's been holding back from us in terms of like the cutting room floor material. I'm looking forward to it. Lure Link into a trap. I knew something seemed weird. I mean, about Princess Zelda not doing anything to help with these troubles everywhere in Hyrule, but it's all connected. The upheaval, the problems our homelands have been facing, the fake princess, it's all happening because the Demon King came back. So then that means that Princess Zelda isn't actually here. Instead, she's in the distant past and not in the present, right? Yes, we should consider that to be the case, bizarre as it sounds. It also seems that Princess Zelda was trying to somehow defeat the Demon King in the past. Our ancestors made a vow to Zelda. They swore that when the Demon King was revived, their descendants would awaken as sages and fight alongside Link. But with Princess Zelda in the past, we can't ask her what the plan is supposed to be, and she can't be here to fight with us either. We also don't know anything about the Demon King other than the fact that he's bad news and super strong. What do we do? Based on what you each have told me, it appears the princess was making preparations in anticipation of the Demon King's revival in this era. There must be some hint we still haven't figured out here in our time. Right you are. I was expecting Pora to jump there. We cannot afford to stand still at a time such as this. It is imperative that we act. But without any leads... Oh, wait. You said that 6 sages were with the King Rauru. With King Rauru when he fought against the Demon King during the Imprisoning War, right? Wind. Fire. Water. Lightning. And time. That was the princess. Oh.
Wow.
I see. What is it? What do you see? That's it. There was one more sage back then. Oh. Exactly. One more sage that might be here now. I'm sure this is the lead we were hoping for. It will be well worth our while to search. Each of you awakened from sages at ruins from the age of legends, right? Maybe the remaining sages in a similar location. That makes sense. So we should search major ruins from the Age of Legends. They're as good a place as any to start. If we just searched all of Hyrule randomly, we'd probably never find the sage. Alright, we have a plan. Let's split up the work and get to it. You four go back to your homelands and gather information about ruins that might be related to the remaining sage. Linky, search around and see if you find any other undiscovered leads. Everyone's relying on you. Don't let us down.
Yep.
Attention says, Mr. Coin, did you hear about all those GameStops closing? That's crazy, Mr. Coin. I didn't hear about that exactly, but that doesn't sound out of whack. Or that sounds like it makes sense, too. I mean, GameStop for a while had kind of been waffling back and forth between selling games, selling, like, gaming merchandise, and, you know, selling, Funko Pops and, like, gaming merch, but not gaming consoles. And with the push towards AI and, you know, AI sucking up water, electricity, rare earth minerals, basically anything in order for development, you know, Nvidia had graphics cards that are going up to 5,000 US dollars. Like the latest models are 5,000 US dollars. I imagine other companies probably have to follow similar like patterns with their graphics cards. These companies are like, people are being priced out of what I'll call a modern day circus. You know, back in the Empire of Rome, the circus would have been the Colosseum, right? Where people fought and died every day, you know, for sport. And when Rome couldn't keep their masses entertained through a circus anymore, the empire, like, went through a bunch of changes. Not exactly at the same time, right? But at first it's food, or at first it's the circus, and then it was food. You need those two things in order to maintain a nation of any size, or people are going to start rebelling. The same is happening now, but we replace, you know, blights and, you know, plagues with a bunch of different other smaller things. You know, the Flint, Michigan water. You replace it with AI consuming water, electricity, and natural resources. You have issues with wars taking up supply chains that would otherwise be used for feeding people. You have health, like childcare and healthcare, getting more and more and more expensive. If even under models that have universal income, like universal healthcare, or you know, the Nordic model, those prices are still going up. You have so many different global problems that contribute to a shortage of bread. And remember, bread was one of the two things you need to keep a populace, like, from rebelling against you, from rising up and forming a revolution. The other thing you need is the disappearance of the circus. Well, today's modern circus is, you know, social media and gaming. If people are priced out of the ability to engage with a circus, they can no longer be distracted through propaganda. Like, eventually the propaganda and misinformation wear off because you've closed off people's ability to access information, even yours, even mis and malinformation. Eventually what happens is people get fed up, they've had enough, and something happens. Empires change, nations, like, collapse and fall and rise again. You know, assuming we don't nuke ourselves into Armageddon, but all of that stuff contributes to the fall of a circus. And when there's no bread and no circus, be wary, because that is when people are most apt to bite back, when they are pushed and suppressed and oppressed by their nations, the rulers, the ne'er-do-wells that exist at the seats of power, both in the world, you know, and at home in your nations. All of them. Mine, the UK, Germany, the Ethiopia, China. It doesn't matter. Like all of the nations of the world are experiencing some kind of crisis on their food or their circus, or both in some cases. And it's not going to be a good thing when the entire globe, like, is slowly, like, losing both of those things. Gross. Sorry about that. Let's read some quests. I don't want to sound like a whack job today. You told Poor about the imposter princess and how Demon King Ganondorf is trying to rise again. Hyrule Castle remains a devastated place and continues to float above the ground. During the ancient imprisoning war, it was Princess Zelda and the 5 other sages who fought with King Rauru against the Demon King. Pora told you in order to find the 5th sage, you should investigate ruins from the Age of Legends. The sages have their own regions covered, leaving you to search elsewhere. We have to protect Hyrule, no matter what. Princess Zelda wanted that. But the Demon King's power is a force to be reckoned with. So for now, we need to search for the 5th sage. Following the upheaval, I mobilized the Zonai survey team and investigated ruins connected to the Zonai. But so far, we found nothing about the 5th sage. There must be some clue hiding out there that we haven't found yet. I can feel it. So King Rauru and the 6 sages fought the Demon King in the imprisoning war. Princess Zelda was one of those people, the Sage of Time. There are the 5 sages we know of: Wind, Fire, Water, Lightning, and Time. That leaves one more. There must be a clue to all of this somewhere. I think it's worth revisiting the ruins from the Age of Legends to see what we can find. Oh, cool. I think I know where that is. Because there are ruins that we've been forbidden from entering. There are ruins where people have been studying, studying the things that were said. There's a place where people are making wreaths in the shape of those ruins. I think we're going to have to look at those ring ruins now. And we need to go talk to Paya and Tauro to make that happen. We got introduced to them in the middle of this Let's Play when we came through Kakariko the first time. And we saw that Paya had a lot of troubles. People didn't really, seem to trust that she had her head in the right place, etc., etc. And maybe Kakariko would have been very fine rebelling against, well, not rebelling, but like, people had no confidence in her ability. So, why don't we go back and talk to these 2 lovely people, shall we? That's disappointing. Master Link, thank you for stopping by, even with all the rain. Are you thinking about the floating ring ruin? I am as well. It has been on our minds for some time. We would like to suggest resuming the search if we may. Have you since figured out what became of Princess Zelda? Yep. What? The Zelda who appeared after the upheaval was a creation of the Demon King? And the real Princess Zelda still hasn't been found? But how can this be true? It's such an unbelievable tale, and yet... I trust you completely, Master Link. It must be as you say. It is hard to explain, but the princess we saw was somehow unfamiliar. It was as though her very aura was different. But if she was an imposter the whole time, that would mean the real reason she ordered us to close off the floating ring ruin was because the Demon King saw it as a threat. Isn't that right? That only means one thing. We should investigate the floating ring ruin immediately. And you're very welcome, Mr. Tension. And thank you for sharing the news. Gordogoku says you love getting to see how to get to this safe with all the bells and whistles. Or sage with all the bells and whistles you just saw on the video. Nice. I'm looking forward to doing the same thing. User 11 says, Mr. Coin getting late here. Gonna call it a night. See ya. Very well. User 11, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with us. I appreciate your company, as always. It has been a pleasure. I do hope to see you again sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I do not see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to get to the bottom of these ring ruins. You were exactly right. There is no longer any reason to prohibit your research. Let's open up the floating ring ruin at once, Mr. Tauro. Knowledge is tugging on the line. Time to reel in some results. Wow.
Oh, give it a rest.
Your Lurlin phrasing is coming through, Mr. Tauro. You must really be pleased. It's just, there's one problem. We still need to determine how to conduct the survey. It's clear that the interior of this ring ruin is hollow. Sadly, there doesn't seem to be an entrance. If the contents of the other ring ruins are any indication, there should be a stone slab inside engraved with Zonai script. First, we should look for a way to confirm that there's a stone slab inside. However, we also don't want to damage these precious ruins. Oh, pardon me, I was lost in thought. I better hurry and tell everyone about this so we can open up the ruins. The Secret of the Ring Ruins, another main quest. After you told Paya and Tauro about the false Princess Zelda, they began exploring the ring ruin previously forbidden by the imposter. They believe there is a stone slab carved with Zonai writing inside. Entering the site and investigating the slab will assist their research. And according to Tauro, an account relating to the sages is in the ring ruins. If you continue your investigation into the ruins, you may learn something about the fifth sage. Alright, Calip. Alright, I can finally start my research on the floating ring ruin. If I manage to make a new discovery, soon the day will come when everyone looks up to me, eyes full of adoration. I'm gonna keep that for purposes. Yes, what is it? I'm busy, but I suppose I could indulge a moment of idle chatter. I certainly won't have time for it once I've uncovered the secret of the ring ruins. I'll be the most in-demand scholar in the world. Imagine it. You sound from Hebrew to Lanayru. Adoring fans will call my name, Dr. Calip. Can you hear them? A chorus of scholars. Dr. Calip, master of the past. Renowned genius, Dr. Calip. I seem to have gotten carried away. All right there, Dr. Caliper. Cool your jets. You're not going to be doing any of that sort of thing. Get it? Dr. Calipers?
Sure, Jan.
Another day, another joke. Another ruined joke. Well, sure, there's only one thing to do, and that is to head up to the top of the ruin by any means necessary. We just dive through these. It's a thin plank game. You didn't need to dive through all that. Oh, so it's not related to the thickness. I thought it was related to the thickness. No, it's just, is there a loading screen? Is there, okay. There we go. Then they're gonna give you one of these. Huh. All right, let's take a picture of this then. And with that, I guess we have no choice but to ascend out. Ascend in, ascend out. Garbage in, garbage out. All right, Tauro, you're gonna love what I have on offer for you. He didn't just... I do love that. Let's see. Master Link, did I see you go inside of the floating ring ruin? No, never mind, it's nothing. My eyes are clearly playing tricks on me. No, your eyes are not. Huh? It looks like you disappeared into the ring, but that can't be right. Forget I said anything, I must have imagined it. Because, you know, your eyes aren't lying to you. What's this you've got? Huh? Could it really be? Paya, Calip, look at this. Look at this graph. Sorry, Lucagen. I had to say it. It had to be said.
No.
Could this be the interior of the floating ring ruin? Wow, the stone slab is so clearly visible. There appear to be Zonai inscriptions on this one as well, just like in the other ring ruins. Tauro, if you would. Right. Let me see what I can decipher. Promise, Zelda, solemnly signed, Minoru, Sage of Hide the Key, Southeast, Entrust Future, Wish, Defeat, Demon King. That's all I can make out. There's some lettering I can't figure out before Southeast, but Minoru seems to be someone's name.
No.
Huh, look at the context of Minoru. I do believe this is the first time one of these slabs has put a name to a sage. It also mentions Zelda and a Demon King. How fascinating. The inscriptions are telling us all sorts of essential information. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. It's just that part before the southeast section. I think it says Dragonland. Huh? Ah, you're right. Paya knows her stuff. This should be read as Dragonland, Southeast. Fantastic work, Paya. Thank goodness I've proven useful. It seems my continued Zonai language studies have paid off. Oh no, I'm being upstaged. Ah yes, the jerkwad is getting his comeuppance. This is what I have to say to you, Dr. Caliper. Let's get that troll laugh in here. Where were we? Something about a Dragonland to the southeast? How familiar are you with Southeast Hyrule? There's a site in Faerun that has long been known as the Zonai Ruins. It predates the ruins falling from the sky and is home to many ancient relics. If memory serves, there were dragon designs on those ruins that you haven't seen anywhere else. Oh, Calip, great catch! The Zonai Ruins in Faerun. Why are you yelling? There's a good chance that's exactly what this is pointing us at. That's our Calip. Fantastic work. What did you just say? That this inscription is pointing us towards Faerun's Zonai Ruins? No, not that. The next bit. A certain adjective was used. I believe it started with fan and ended in tastic. What was it again? Ah, fantastic work, you mean? Yes, fantastic work. That is what she said. Yes. Calip, what fantastic work, he said. Fantastic. Oh my god. Link, when we put together the script on the stone slab and translate it, we get definite mentions of the Sage Minoru, the Demon King, and someone with the same name as Princess Zelda. Something related to all three of them must be waiting at the Zonai Ruins in Southeast Hyrule. We've landed a real catch here. Thank you for your help. Truly, you're very welcome. Now we've no time to dawdle. There's research to be done. Calip, will you join me? Oh, of course. I would be a fantastic addition to the team. Very good. With that settled, let's be off to the Zonai Ruins in Faerun. First, we head southwest. We'll establish a base in the Poplar foothills at the Skyview Tower by the ruins. In search of new discoveries, we make for Faerun. Well, Paya, you know how to pick 'em. Yeah. And is he going to be your papaya? Dang it. Hold on. Where is it?
Sure, Jan.
They left just like that. Well, I'm sure those two will be fine. I must study more about the Zonai civilization so you don't fall behind Tauro and Calip. Yet it seems somewhat frivolous next to the mystery of the real Princess Zelda's whereabouts. I don't doubt that she is safe and well. I must believe that. As chief of this village, I can't leave my people, so I must place the search in your capable hands. I pray that Princess Zelda will return to us soon. You deciphered the Zonai text carved into the stone slab inside the ring ruin. Tauro and his colleague are following a lead to the Zonai ruins in balmy Faerun in the southeast. They've gathered at the Skyview Tower near the ruins. The Zonai ruins that Tauro and Calip went to, you must admit that you're not too knowledgeable about that place. However, this is what I know. There's an investigation site set up at Skyview Tower in the Poplar foothills, southwest of our village. That's what they said in any case. I'm sure those two will be all right. They're quite savvy. I firmly believe that they will make a huge discovery about the Demon King and the sage called Minoru. All right, let's head there then. Daylight's burning. I believe my tea is now cool enough to drink. To drink from the well of Melania, Blythe, Fire Giant, and Renala. And although I could have kept that as a collector's item, gifts are meant to be used. So I'm going to treasure it. Thank you again to my dear friend. I really appreciate it. I will try to repay her when I can. Okay. Oh, sorry. Ugh. Itchy eye. It's late.
Oh.
Welcome on in, Acid Llamas TV. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're, working toward the secrets of the final sage, Minoru. That is what we are trying to do. Again, hopefully you enjoy your stay and you're doing well. If and you don't mind my asking, how familiar are you, or how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played? Oh, welcome on in. Me, Jedi Master, on the purple app, and Parker G Official 1 on the red app. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you both are doing well, and you both enjoy your stay. Your hive mind, Bumble220 hive mind. That's a nice emote. I'll extend the question to me, Jedi Master, and Acid Llamas TV. Also, me, Jedi Master, thank you for the follow. I do try to keep the follows anonymous and sound free around here so people can follow in peace. Because some people don't exactly appreciate fanfare these days. I do hope you enjoy the free emotes that come along with your follow. And now might be a good time to point you guys over to my Discord. I do have a Discord server. I'd love to have everyone. We post pictures, we chat up with game stuff, all sorts of things, really. Let me go ahead and show that now. Welcome on in, Sinful Seraph 247. I'll call you Sinful Seraph if that's all right. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Since we have 3 people I have yet to ask this question to Parker G Official, Sinful Seraph, and me, Jedi Master. Have you 3... How familiar are you 3 with Tears of the Kingdom? Is this a game that you've played before, beaten multiple times, so on and so forth? I always like to ask my audience that. You're very welcome to lurk, Sinful Seraph. Thank you for your visit again. I do hope you enjoy your stay. But for those that are willing to answer that question, I always try to ask that question to people so that I can, navigate around spoilers, or it can, tailor discussions and stuff. Acid Llamas TV says, you bought this at the end of last year? I'm not sure exactly how to parse that. My apologies. Good game. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is a fun game. I've been enjoying it. Parker G Official asks, have I beaten the game? No, not yet. Working on it, though. Working on it. We are going for a 100% playthrough. We've just collected all of the medals related to the various enemy count kills in this game, like toward the start of the stream. We've got a little more to do, but we are slowly barreling toward the complete end of the game. Asset Llamas TV says you beat it. Nice. I hope to beat it someday. Yeah, let's have some fun. I agree. Me Jedi Master said, oh, do you two know each other? Mr. Jason and Mr. Me, or I should say Me Jedi Master? Out of curiosity. You guys gave greetings like you knew each other anyway. My apologies if that's not the case. But we're working on that. Let's work on this dialogue in the meantime. Yes, I am the president of the... I am the U.S. branch president of the Troll Castle Challenge, as it is known currently. You guys just came from another stream? Says Sinful Seraph? Nice. How was that stream? I hope that was an enjoyable stream. Mr. Jason says we're all looking after Bubble Bubs. Okay. So you guys are coming from that stream. Very well. Me Jedi Master says you're going to lurk for support too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have a lurk command if you want to use it, but no need to do that if you do not want to. Just notification is nice enough. Me Jedi Master says fun to join the hive. I might need to go follow them as like thanks for that. Guru Goku says sorry you got caught up on a seed. Oh, welcome in people. Yes, welcome on in everyone. Asset Llamas TV says we're all abuzz after the Queen just beat ZA Legends. Okay, that's cool. How did she find Pokemon Legends Z to A? And I'm glad you found that stream fun. I like Pokemon. I do like Pokemon. I do have Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. I do not have Pokemon Legends Z to A. And although I could, it would be nice to get it, your boy is broke. So I'm working on the games I have. And Tears of the Kingdom has been a fun game. Asset Llamas TV says everyone thinks the turn-based battle is more fun. I can see that. That's kind of what Pokemon is built up for, instead of the Arceus like model. Sure, Jason says, Mr. Quinn, good sir, you've pinned the context for me. Thanks, I appreciate that. So I'll read commentary in a second. Let's stop staring at Dr. Caliper's face over there, eh? Oh, hold on. Sinful Seraph says they really changed it and you don't know if it works. Makes sense. So before it was more like Legends Arceus, and now it is more like the standard turn-based battler. Interesting. I didn't think they would make that kind of change, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I figured you meant that, Mr. Jason. Again, I'll have to go follow her so that so I can thank her properly next time. This is the last thing I'll say before we talk to Dr. Caliper over there. I promise. And that is on purpose. I am calling him that on purpose. So my name is Coinstamp. I'm an action adventure enthusiast and RPG enthusiast as well. So if you like Xenoblade Chronicles, Legend of Zelda, or, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Fallout, that type of thing, you guys will probably like this channel. And I do have an audience of spinsters. Mr. Jason is one of them. He likes telling jokes. So if you guys like popsicle stick jokes, dad jokes, and the occasional bit of dark humor, I think you will also probably come to enjoy your wonderful audience members as well. Mr. Jason is not the only one that does that, but, my channel would not be what it is without him. You're very welcome, Acid Llamas. Acid Llamas TV, no problem. Mr. Jason says Dr. Callip. Nah, just Callip. See, there you go. I should just call him Caliper at this rate. You play all of those, Sinful Seraph says? Yeah, I have a huge love of JRPGs, and it's really unfortunate that it's not a more popular category on Twitch, like, or other streaming platforms. It's one of those things that people like to watch, but the live streams maybe not so much. So I figured that could kind of be my own niche in that. Let's see. Gordo Goku says, Go Pikachu is like blue, red, and green back in the day. Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, Pokemon Go, Pikachu, and Eevee are kind of meant to elicit the old days. That's fine, too. That's not really my cup of tea. Nor is, like, nor are the Pokemon mobile games. They're not really my cup of tea, but if people have fun playing them, then that's the important part. Plus, with the mobile one, I believe you get your steps in, so there's that. And I will read all that commentary in just a moment. Ah, so you're here. Came to learn about the Zonai from an expert, I gather. I should welcome you to our humble base of operations. Behold, this is where the real investigation starts. It might not seem like much next to that Skyview Tower, I'll concede. Oh. Going forward, our research will proceed from here. Tauro has already gone off to the Zonai ruins. If memory serves, he spoke of starting his investigation around Dracozu Lake. I don't know his exact whereabouts, but if you go southeast, you should find the Zonai ruins he volunteered to inspect. That said, it's night now, and he hasn't returned, which is worrying. Did he get swept up in his work at the site? My goodness, the man is absolutely indefatigable. You traveled to the Skyview Tower in the Poplar Foothills. Callip, who industriously assembled the team's base of operations, informed you that Tauro planned to start investigating the Zonai ruins to the southeast by Dracozu Lake. Well, we can put a... It's probably going to be around here somewhere. We can do that. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Quain, we have royalty in the TCC with Queen Bubblebubs. It is just a slight shame that we cannot offer special perks due to being fair to all clients, but you could if you would. Well, that's kind of my goal, is to be able to provide a place to offer, or to work towards the TCC being able to arrange, like, perks. That's about as much as I will say because those plans are still in the works. They still require discussion. They still need to be doled out, etc., etc. But those perks should be coming soon. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, they are well aware of your jokes. Good, good. Not that I needed to explain that, just I always explain that to people coming in, is that, you know, there's a channel that I know of that goes by Patty, P-A-T-T-Y. Dude's been streaming a long time. He's kind of a speedrunner, does all kinds of stuff, really. He's like the, utter opposite. If you utter a pun in that channel, you're getting banned. He just does not like that sort of thing. Like immediate ban. Just snap of the fingers, you're gone. So, I explained that. I explained the whole joke thing. To give people a sense of the atmosphere they should be expecting when they're in here. If you're wanting something more patty speed, you should, you know, that there are channels for that out there for everyone. What? Oh, there's just a straight up encampment here. Okay, I didn't know this. You think you've been everywhere in games like these, and then you see something new. Yes, this is the infamous channel for which you got the... Oh, let me not do that 1 second. Oh, you could just break those. I didn't know you could get the contents by breaking them. That's pretty cool. Bye-bye. Yeah, Mr. Jason and another guy in here, he goes by Mr. Shiny, have in fact almost single-handedly bumped the counter up to 116 at one point. It was quite the record set, I'd say that. Gordo Goku says exactly. You're learning new things about this game all the time. It's why there's still continual work about, you know, with the decomp project for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The game is expansive. Me Jedi Master says you gotta go, but you followed. I appreciate that. Thank you again for that. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, me Jedi Master, but it has been good seeing you. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, life happens. You know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. There should be a warning for commercial ads coming in real soon. That's why I'm not being super chatty right this second. Speak of the devil, and it appears.
That off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. And thank you for the compliment on that, Sinful Seraph. I worked pretty hard on it. I used to do the manual plug, and it would often take 5 minutes. I've got it down to under 60 seconds now. I just have to pause what I'm doing when the plug is going on. That's all. But again, thank you. We do take commercial breaks around here for those on the Purple app mainly. They start at the top of the hour, so in about 4 minutes is when the last commercial break for the day takes place. There will be a little timer in the upper left hand corner. It'll read for 3 minutes. I do run 3 minutes of ads. However, you know, I highly encourage us to all take a stretch break at the same time so that we don't miss out on anything. And it'll help the break pass by that much faster. I'm typically up and away from my desk during those 3 minutes, so you guys are not missing out on anything whatsoever. And when those 3 minutes are up, you know, I'll return to my desk, and we can pick right back up on the gaming. I normally wouldn't run 3 minutes of ads for those on Twitch. I know that's kind of a big no-no. But the reason it's structured that way is for stretch breaks more than anything. It's the only time that I run ads other than like bathroom stuff. Asset Llamas TV says you're gonna go. Good to meet you. Thank you so much for coming around, Asset Llamas TV. It was good to see you as always, my lovely senator. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, Asset Llamas. But if I don't get to see you again for whatever reason, you know, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. Simple Seraph says you're still gonna lurk. By all means. I hope you enjoy your good lurk. And it was good to meet you, Acid Llamas. I hope I didn't forget to say that. I think we have just enough time to collect things, and then probably wait before we talk to Tauro. With any luck, I don't think so. I'm not letting a Yiga clan member disrupt what I'm doing today. Absolutely not. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, you could put on the Yiga clan outfit, and they'll just saunter off like nothing ever happened. You have to catch them before they pop out of their transformation, though. or there are going to be problems. Mr. Jason says that will never not be funny. I know, it's like they go through all this effort. They go through all the effort to find me, and then they're like, oh, I guess that must be another, you know, that must be another cool guy, like one of us Yiga clan dudes. And they just F off. Dear Calip, the influence of the upheaval has spread to the Zonai ruins. Did you see the pillar-shaped ruin in front of this tent? There shouldn't be artifacts of that kind around here. An anomaly. And there's more. The rubble at the base of the pillar opened, revealing a way inside. A new discovery. Naturally, I will be going inside to investigate shortly. Join me as soon as you can. Tauro. Ah. Oh, this opened up. Okay. Let's see. I'll go as far as I can before the commercial break happens. There'll be a screen switch and everything, so it's not like, oh, suddenly ads. Speak of the devil. Thank you guys again, for hanging out today so incredibly much, and I'll see you guys after the break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break, whether it's stretching, getting up, or doing something else, or even if it's just waiting for it to be over. Let me catch up on chat here, and we can get moving. Nothing has changed on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Mr. Jason says you got what you wanted before and after the break. Fair enough, good sir. Fair enough. Speaking of things I'm sure people wanted, let's get to playing the game, shall we? I know that's what we're here for. I don't think so. Not today. Not today, you silly skeletons. Acid Llama says you're back lurking. Very well. Welcome back and do enjoy your lurk. Oh, is that a thistle I just passed? Yeah, take that thistle where we can get it. All right, Tauro, you have to be like around here, right? I think. Or I thought. Or maybe it was actually pointing me to the other direction. I'm actually not 100% sure here. Let's find out. Mr. Jason says using that was a bright idea, Mr. Coin. Oh. Oh yeah, the dazzle fruit. Right. Don't worry, I'll make sure I've updated the joke and pun counter after today. It's just last week, or last weekend was busy. I also apologize for the general lack of responses in Whispers. I had a paperwork hunting mission on Friday, and then Saturday I had to focus on tabletop stuff. So I've just generally been unavailable. And I hate that. I'm usually a person that is fairly open during private communications. Maybe he's over here. Maybe I think, yeah, the rest of these don't look like this. Okay. Huh. I guess I just didn't pay close enough attention. Mr. Jason says, no worries, Mr. Coin. The board had a nice long weekend. Yes. I did see. They did have a nice weekend. Hello. Haha, you came after all. I figured you would after you made that breakthrough with the ring ruins, but listen to this. I've already got a whopper of a discovery on my hook here. Here, look at this. It's a Zonai mural, complete with intact text. The style is unmistakable. It's nothing short of miraculous that it's still here and basically intact, which, come to think of it, might be ascribable to the Zonai's and advanced tech, or advanced technology. I've got a fair bit of knowledge of the script, so I just had to try deciphering it, but some of it still eludes me. Maybe it's a poem or some kind of code, perhaps? Here, I'll read it out loud so we can both get on the same page. Mr. Jason says, but yes, as expected, Vice President Carly's proposal was placed on the board table promptly today, and yet again, a good, well-detailed proposal. Yeah, it reiterated the same thing a few different times in different language, but you kind of need to do that with a proposal. And it is well worded. That's the kind of thing I would expect during like a college presentation, if I'm being honest. I think people get it. Those who are going to reply and discuss it in great detail will. Those who don't won't. Pretty simple stuff. This first part says, wear the electric garb hidden at long-necked dragons along the wide-mouthed forest serpent. What do you make of forest serpent and dragons there? To me, it calls to mind the tall pillars found around these ruins designed to look like dragons. Forest serpent, though, I haven't seen any designs like that. What am I missing? What other wide-mouthed forest serpent is there? Maybe, the forest serpent bit does remind me of a song that compared the Dracozu River to a forest dragon. But anyway, there's more to this code. I'll keep reading. Next it says, offer a Zonai charge to the altar at the tail. I'm pretty sure I got that right, but I have no idea what it means. What in the world is a Zonai charge, and where is this tail with an altar? If we could crack all the riddles in this code, I'm sure that even greater discoveries await us. There's one other thing I'm curious about. I should have mentioned this, but I found one more Zonai relic at the back of these ruins. Judging from the shape, I think there's something inside, but I can't get it to open. Can't crack the code, can't get the box open. This just isn't my day. You reunited with Tauro in ruins presided over by stone dragon statues. Tauro deciphered the code found on an ancient mural in the ruins. Wear the electric garb hidden at long-necked dragons along the wide-mouthed forest serpent. Offer a zonite charge to the altar at the tail. Oh, we'll crack the first part of this right away. This is meant for me to open. Charged shirt. Used in ancient rituals. I was wondering if we were going to get a stormy weather attack up armor, and I think it makes sense that there is one. Made from conductive material, this item produces electricity during thunderstorms. Okay, we'll wear this, and we'll talk to... how do we want to do this? Maybe something like this? Sure. It looks cool. A bit more like a dancer. They just stripped the Vo or the Vi armor for parts, didn't they? It does look really cool, though, with that pattern. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin's proposals aimed downward to the board have timetables that you and Vice President Carly can decide what is appropriate, whereas proposals moved upwards, which you will only accept from the President and VP directly, will be responded to whenever you deem it necessary with no timetable, as, of course, the Mr. Executive Chair has a lot of things to do. Yes. Indeed. Alright, Tauro, I'm wearing the outfit. Wait just a minute, that outfit you've got on. Isn't that the same thing the figure in the mural is wearing? A bit. Where in Hyrule did you find that? The box. In the chest you told me about earlier? Or I told you about earlier, but if that's true, there's nothing else it could be but a garment from the Age of Legends. Now that's a haul to remember. Still, your outfit isn't exactly like what we see in the mural. Maybe there are other treasure chests containing the rest of the garments. The problem is, searching for treasure chests without a plan is a long shot. Robbie was talking about creating some way that would make searching for things simple, though. I have that too. Wow, you're saying you've already got the Sensor Plus feature? That should make our search for treasure chests much easier. You've done it again, Link. I shouldn't be so astonished by your feats at this point, but it gets me every time. Treasure belongs to the one who finds it, so that's yours. Now then, we still need to figure out the rest of the code on this relief. If we can crack all the riddles in the code, I'm sure that even greater discoveries await us. But I'm very interested in that clothing you found. Who knows, it might not be the only chest with garb like that inside. You're curious about it too, huh? Let's go over it one more time. Wear the electric garb hidden at long-necked dragons along the wide-mouthed forest serpent. Offer a zonite charge to the altar at the tail. You know, the tall pillars found around these ruins had dragon designs, but what does the bit about forest serpent mean? You heard a song that compared the Dracozu River to a forest dragon. Could that be related? What is a zonite charge? And where's this tail with an altar it mentions? I'm confident I'm translating this right, but I still don't understand. Much as I want to crack this code, I'm also dying to know what's in that chest I found at the back of the room there. That treasure chest you opened had a genuine garment from the Age of Legends. What's more, it matches the garb the figure in the relief is wearing, or part of it at least. I bet you anything there are other chests out there with garments inside. What am I missing here? So maybe there are other dragons or tall dragons that have opened up now that we have started along this quest. Mr. Jason says, but of course that is only because you don't necessarily need approval from the board, as they are tied to the policy. If no input given, that assumes it is accepted, but you like to comb through proposals with a fine comb, and if necessary, nitpick. For example, Mr. Quinn, when Carly first briefed you on the proposal, you said it was good, but there were too many spaces. Speaking of the board, though, you still very much appreciate Haru. Yeah, they did say something. They don't give input to you or Carly's level, but it's better than nothing at all. So Haru's doing brilliantly, and if there was an above position, Haru would be considered. Good to know. All right, we're gonna put that Sheikah garb back on. We're gonna try to crack the code on these other two bits. Maybe we could get some insight on that from our dear friend, either Robbie or Dr. Callip, aka Caliper. Okay, so there's that one. Long-necked dragon. We've got a couple others, but their necks are short. What about what was that up there? Mr. Jason says secretary to the executive branch, maybe? Yeah, we don't exactly have a secretary. Gordo Goku says, censor your treasure chest if you need help. Oh, yes. Taro did give a brief mention about that. That is probably worth doing. Hold on. That's minus. I'm used to doing it through minus. I forget I could do this through other stuff as well. We can delete that pin. Sensor. Change the target. I think we're going to be looking for... it's one entry. It's just treasure chest. Okay. Set sensor. Okay. That doesn't exactly help me, but I thought I saw something funny, like, up there. Mr. Jason says, if Haru is going... if Executive Director... Haru is going to be assisting Vice President Carly, Haru could do with some authority. Yeah, so we've got a lot of proposals. I sort of think the board meetings after, you know, the 5-day window for this last proposal, like, comes up and is due. I sort of think we should, I think the board meetings could probably be dialed back for a bit while we work on either implementing things directly or having more of a talk about it with the executive chair, aka you yourself, Mr. Jason. That's probably our next step. Is like come over each proposal. Stuff like that. Gordo Goku says it just helps if you get lost. Oh, why is it pointing? Oh, it's pointing me here because this is the really super long neck bit is what's happening. Okay, I think let's try talking to the associate and see if he knows anything. If not, I'm going to need to try to find where to go next. I don't think all the ruins are going to be here at Dracozu Lake. I think they're going to be spread out. Game just kind of said, go find armor, and come back. Mr. Jason says, now, of course, Mr. Coin, if Haru moves to that role, if executive director moves to that role, we'll need to show Haru the ropes on how to propose like Carly, and on board and doing other things like you. Director Haru is doing well as executive director, but well in one role may not be considered well in another. Yeah, right. I'm very curious to know more about that Skyview Tower. Hmm?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you again. Did you manage to meet up with Tauro? Yes. No. You've already met with Tauro, and the two of you have begun to make progress at the ruins? At least there's still the Dragonland mentioned at the Ring Ruin to survey. I wish I could get a head start. Perhaps once I've rested just a bit more. I'll need to be at my best and must bring all my powers of observation to bear. I just know I'm missing out on so many incredible discoveries. Ah, well. Field work never was my strong suit, I suppose. And it doesn't help I can't take my eyes off that Skyview Tower. It's almost too impressive. Still here? Did you need anything else from me? No. Very well. Take care. Gordogoku says all of it is in that area, but you've been wrong before? Oh, gee. I guess I better take a better look around. Mr. Jason says you must be careful about Executive Director Harry, though. You don't want to overwhelm them, but you do need to reward people who are passionate. Well, you should also be prepared for Haru to say no. I do think it is worth cautioning you about that, Mr. Jason. I have an aunt who is like a manager at, or has been offered manager multiple times at a Walmart she works at. And she has told them no over and over and over and over again. She's been offered like 4 or 5 different times. The pay would be marginally better, but it isn't worth all the extra added responsibility that you do for no apparent reason or get no reward off of. That is not to say that there aren't rewards for that level of responsibility at the TCC. Just, I'm sure people are... perhaps not everyone is willing to sign up for that kind of work. Mr. Jason says, of course, too true. Both of your parents have declined promotions several times as well. Yeah, it's just... There's gotta be other, like, elongated dragons that have... It's the only thing that sort of makes sense to me. Maybe we just need to look around these ruins in greater detail. Nope, it's not this one. I think they're all going to be open like the one we saw Tauro in. Or it could literally be this one right here. Never mind. Yeah, and my dad has declined promotions when he used to work in the military. When he worked in the U.S. military as, you know, like an E6. He was offered 1 or 2 promotions and turned those down. Mr. Jason says, one of them works as a courier. They were offered manager, but they would have to constantly move up and down the country as in homes, and they didn't want that, understandably. Right, exactly. Exactly. Mr. Jason says, we can always discuss it with Haru in a DM. Yeah, that might be for the best. And you should be prepared either with a contingency or a plan B. If that sort of thing requires a plan B, you should have one. Nope, that is Tulin. Go ahead and there you are, Rishu. I needed you. That's hilarious. I didn't think it would shock him out of the water like that. That's hilarious. Cartoon-esque effect, clearly. Woo! That was funny, and I agree, Gordogoku. Hilarious. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you're very proud of Haru. They began with us as client rep. Yeah. Humble beginnings, right? How they say it. All right. Bomb time. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, in fact, Mr. Coin, Haru was there before even you. Oh, of course. I'm a very fresh addition. You know, Haru, as far as I'm concerned, was in the picture from the beginning, unless I learn otherwise. Okay. So this must be that second piece, or the second piece of gear. Charged trousers, used in ancient rituals and made from conductive material. This item produces electricity during thunderstorms. Indeed, we've got one more to find. Might as well get to work on that. Yeah, so we're looking for another outstretched statue of sorts, and we will probably find that running along here. For those that are new or, you know, are just kind of having me in the background, I do stream from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we do have about 37 minutes left before we, before I do call it for a day. Nice. Bye. Let's get out of here. And I found the last one. Okay. We just burned this one and we're good to go, I think. Oh wait, why am I wasting weapon durability? Hold on, I've learned new tech since then. Easy tech. Every time. You just use a shield for stuff like this. Right, I was saying that I normally stream for about 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Like, I stream during the business week, unless something happens, and then I usually take weekends off. I hang out with friends during the weekend, or, you know, I use that time to, like, work on stream stuff or look for clients or other kinds of stuff. Gordogokus has found it a whole lot faster than you did. I would not have found them that fast without a tip. I appreciate the help, good sir. Mr. Jason says you've made the DM, Mr. Coin. Your message isn't classified, and so, as you may have seen with the title of the DM, we like to discuss giving a promotion in the TCC to allow you to assist VP Carly with their proposals more effectively. This may be a long-winded discussion, though, because there are many details to come through, so please do bear with us while this discussion could be over quick or take a while. Used in ancient rituals and made from conductive material. Oh, it said the same thing all 3 times. I'm surprised it did this. But you know what? I can work with that. That's gonna be over here. Well, now we have all the weather attack sets up, which is nice. And it looks like what a Zonai would wear during the time period. Let's go back to the shrine and then talk to Tauro again. We'll also check to see if some text maybe has updated. Delicious. Think I'll set that right over there. Mr. Jason says, you may not always have the best choice of words, but you certainly mean well. Oh, you know, those words were good. Those words were just fine. I could tell exactly what was said. No, like, abrasiveness or anything. It seemed fine to me. Mr. Jason says, goes on to say, and you do enjoy a good business discussion. Yeah, I enjoy good business discussions. I do not enjoy horrible business discussions. Those are usually quite sour. Don't like them that much. Oh, you just show up to Tauro looking like, you know, like we're going into a film promo from like the early 2000s or like the early 90s. And we go from there. Boy, the 90s were similar, not a simpler time, but less strife-filled times. Less interesting. Oh, I've seen those garments before. You look like you could have stepped right out of that mural. It's like I'm talking to someone from the Age of Legends. No one makes discovery after discovery quite like you, Link. You've done it again. Mr. Jason says, now, Mr. Coin, should this potential role, should it have executive power? You can simply add to the executive branch without giving the administrator. Yes, all you're doing is you're saying, hey, here's a role. These are the things that are you're responsible for. You know, nothing has changed. Right, this is a secretary position, right? If that's not correct, do let me know, but... I'm pretty sure that even with the new position, nothing should have changed. This is all so exciting. Mr. Jason says roll TBC, but you're thinking along the lines of that. Fair enough. Then, yeah, what I said still stands. It's like someone at the veteran support organization that I work for, or work, not work under, but volunteer for. There are a number of positions. One of them is to literally log the minutes, and normally, like an adjutant or a junior adjutant might do that, but the other people can log the minutes as well.
Oh,
I think your discoveries have brought us a step closer to solving the riddle. That where the electric garb part of the code, it could be about the garments from the Age of Legends that you found. But that still leaves us with the other part. Offer a zonite charge to the altar at the tail. What is a zonite charge? And this altar at the tail, where do we start looking for it? Could another tall dragon pillar be marking the altar site, just like the others you found? Nothing has changed here. Okay. This next part, I need someone to kind of gently guide me here. Are we at the part where we go up to the Sky Island? Are we at the part where we need to make that trip up there? If we are, I know what to do next. If not, a gentle hint, not yet, no. Okay, so we need to keep looking around here is what I'm understanding. So, that's probably still around here somewhere. Gordogoku says not very close, but not yet. Okay, good. I appreciate that. For now, why don't we wear the normal garb while we attempt to make our way through. I'm on, so at the tail. Wait, this kind of looks like a tail. Okay, just follow Dracozu Lake to the end. Gordogoku says this part is really neat, though. I agree. It is nice to be solving an like an overworld puzzle like this. But I'm willing to bet we just follow the river to the end. Mr. Jason says it doesn't really change too much. Director Haru would still be subject to board review of proposals, but giving Haru executive level would mean that, to put it bluntly, as you don't know how to put it correctly, anyone getting in the way of Haru by blocking would also be blocking your vision. Fair. Mr. Jason says, if only you could find the tail end of the puzzle. Indeed. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. It's gonna take a few minutes of navigation and, you know, going just beyond the river bend, as they say. Huh? Huh?
Sure, Jan.
I'm not a Disney kid, and that is a really old film that does not age super well, but that was a reference I was making. Unless it's this one. It could be this one here. I don't think so. I think this is still a room with a treasure chest in it. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, let's grab this. Mr. Jason says, and anyone blocking the vision is potentially people you may not want to keep. Gordogoku says, har har har, I'll give you that one. Thanks. Thank you kindly, good sir. It's not too often I make a reference that people get. I can be real inside joke sometimes. Okay, we're gonna head this way. With any luck, it really should just be as simple as seeing what's at the tail end of this river. If not, you know, I did see a spot where a couple of... Wait, no, this is the tail of it right here. Hold up. Wait, what? Oh, has my theory been popped? It might have been. I guess it depends on what, going back to Purple App for a second, Mr. Jason, I suppose that depends on what you mean by getting in the way. Because debate, you know, people bringing up counter arguments kind of, well, it doesn't exactly get in the way of the vision, but like bringing up a proposal well after the fact might be. Well-intentioned or not. Stuff like that. Oh, it's not here because here would have been where the final piece of armor is. Okay, let's try heading this way then. Maybe it'll be closer or it'll be more apparent in this direction, seeing as how Zonai are in Zonai ruins. Absolutely not. This is hilarious. Good. I'm glad we got that all taken care of. Mr. Jason says, well, to put it in one way, what you mean on a basic level is that, although we're not making any money, time is still valuable. Right. So low-level proposals can be held up in the board, but anything like what Carly's proposal, like what Carly has proposed, can't be held up for too long, or we're just sitting up, not doing anything effectively. Right. Especially when it comes to the vision for the company, or for the community that we have. The longer we sit, the more things stagnate, etc., etc. Right, precisely. Okay. Here's hoping I'm going the right direction. Because now we're not looking for a treasure chest. We're looking for something else completely. It's not this. There's a snake head. We're looking for a snake tail. Wait, is that not a green one? No, that is a blue one. Okay, thank you, Google. You have the perfect role name. Executive Secretary. Or Executive Assistant. Yeah, that is pretty on the nose. I did say that earlier. I just, didn't say the executive part. So at least you have the name, the role is no longer to be determined at the very least. I wonder if this is our altar right here. Let's see if I'm right. Maybe somewhere up here. It's got like a really long neck. Work with, and that's been the indicators so far. No. No, it's not. But I think we are... Oh, never mind. It is. It is. This has to be the altar here. All right. So I think we probably, stand here. We get out of... I don't think it wants a large charge, or it would have said it would have said something about size. I think it wants one of these. Well, would you look at that?
Oh.
Calip, did you see that? Lightning struck that dragon pillar too. Huh? Is someone in those ruins? Uh-oh, we've been found. Oh, it's you again. We think a terrible lightning strike hit here. But I'm glad to see you weren't hurt.
Huh.
I've never seen lightning strike like that. And even stranger, the dragon statue's eyes seemed to glow just before. I did notice that. Link, if you know anything about this, fill us in on what happened. My damp body with pleasure. Unbelievable. A mechanism in the ancient ruins got rid of the thunderclouds and revealed some new sky islands? Great catch. Another amazing discovery on the books. In fact, I'd say it's the haul of the century. It's a significant discovery, to be sure. I like to go investigate further, but we have no way of getting up there. You're right. That doesn't make it any less exciting, though. We need to report this to Pora right away. Calip, I'm going back to Kakariko Village. I want to write up the recent events around the floating ring ruin in a report for Pora. You should stick around here to conduct a thorough investigation. Find out if there are any more discoveries to be made. What? Remain here? You mean alone? Yes, even if we can't get up to the sky, there's so much to discover on land. It's our duty to unravel all of it. You can do this, Calip. He wants me to investigate alone? Field work isn't my strongest suit, but this may be my chance to make a historic discovery. Right. Leave this to me, Tauro. I'll begin preparing at once. I'll need to head back to our base of operations for a bit first. Does nothing, gets to go have a siesta. Beautiful. Gordo Goku says, Sky Islands? I wonder. Oh, I know exactly where. Very much. You open the door on Dragonhead Island. Inside, you discovered what appears to be a Zonai relic on a pedestal in the center of the chamber. See, I feel now this is the part where bumping into it kind of... I did not mean to reset the joke and pun counter. We should be at 10 right now. I'm not sure what I hit in order to do that. It's nice to see these things are out here, though. Okay, so first things first, we got a little tiny bit of business to take care of. There are 2 Sage's Wills, and I think they're both here. This is the only place I wasn't really able to explore in Sky. We're missing exactly 2 Sage's Wills. I'm almost dead sure they're both here. One's at the tip of this, like, fork, and another part of it is, like, over there. So normally you would, have to do a whole bunch of work to find these, We went and did this back when it was stormy, so we don't need to do that now. They can just, you know, do what we came here to do. Yeah, in fact, I think the only set we really have left to collect, I did not want to come here yet. The only set we have left to collect is like the frog set. I'll of course look over that and just kind of make sure, but I am pretty confident. Hello, nice to see you here, Mother Goddess. Hylia, didn't think I'd be seeing you here. Yeah, so now we're actually able to come in and see what the heck is going on. Oh yeah, also, we no longer need the sensor. No, don't do that, don't do that. It is Y off. We don't need this now. I'll probably make use of it later to find ingredients. Just in case there's a cutscene though, I'll see you guys on the other side of it.
Link, Zelda's chosen protector. Take this. Follow the light.
Sorry about that. I couldn't talk earlier. Curly says you're heading off to bed, or yeah, Carly says you're heading off to bed now, Mr. Coin. Thank you for the stream today. Oh, you don't need to apologize for not being talkative. Some days are just like that. Thank you so much for stopping by, Miss Carly. It was good to see you and your wonderful people. Thank you again for that raid. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't get to see you again for some strange reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, you know, we're going to attempt to find these two sages' wills in 14 minutes, counting down. Gordo Goku says, "Daggum, it's almost 5-2. Oh, we actually got to the target of today's thumbnail, believe it or not. That's what the thumbnail was a picture of. It was a picture of this relic. I am going to collect a medallion. Let me see where I have two of these placed. Yeah, I'm gonna collect this one. We're gonna put it here so that we have access to it, and then you know, we'll go from there. Mr. Jason says, "Don't worry about not being..." Oh, yeah, exactly. Lurking is just as good. Exactly. 'Tis my job to fill up the airspace with my voice. Other people can just sit back and enjoy the vibe. But I do appreciate it when people talk too. As someone who is extroverted, I do feel better when I'm talking to people, even if it is just them texting back. Gordo Goku says, "Technically, you do have the shrine if you need the portal." Fair point. You know what? Fair point. You're right. Absolutely correct. Right up there. So let's head out here and see what's awaiting us on the now fresh and newly visible, like, outskirts. What the heck is that? A forest ostrich. Do take care of yourself, Miss Carly, and I will see you tomorrow. So now, what's out here? Ah! Oh, it is literally just on the surface. Okay. That's one of them. So we should have 3 Sage's Wills right now. And then the very last one is sitting across from us. Kind of up here at the top. So we're gonna teleport over real quick. And then, you know, we may have the time to take that relic somewhere else. Gordo Goku says, would you say it's a whole new world? A whole new world. Something like that. Good one. Good reference. Oh, except this one you still kind of can't see. And I thought this cleared up it up for both spots, but it has not. I think that's what the there was a mechanism on top of a building, and I think that's what this is for that. Well, let's see. We can do this. Grab a rocket. Something like that anyway. Okay, so this is sealed. At least we can see. It's stormy, but we can see. That's the important part. Gonna, probably, yeah, pull this out. And same is true of that. Okay. Gordo Goku says you have the helmet, so you can keep your shield and weapon. That's true. I just don't like making noise, but you're absolutely right. But all of my weapons are fairly damaging as is, so I don't really have much to worry about from the game. Ah, Mr. Like. I'm sorry that you were occupying this space. But I'm afraid I need what you're guarding. What did you ingest? A mighty Zonite longsword. You know what? I'll take it. Because what this does is it lets me do something like... nope, not that. Something like this. Unfortunately, it does conduct electricity, but that's fine. So this has got to be for the last sage as well. Nice. Yay, we have all of the Sage's Wills. That's it. Because if you guys look, we have all 4 solemn other vows. Riju, Sidon, Yunobo, Tulin. We have them. So because we have them, and we could just quite literally... okay, I'm just going to ascend through this. Because this should just literally take us to the top. Now, I am curious if we could make the thunderstorm here go away. But I should be able to play around with that and perhaps find that out on my own. And most importantly, make a save. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, good news. Harris seems to agree with the new role, and the VP has commented recognizing Harris' great assistance. Right, yeah, director... Harris' great assistance. We just have some work to do over time to get Harry to executive level messages. That stuff does take time, yes. Mr. Jason says, we just need to make sure that Haru understands beyond any reasonable doubt. It's a very important offer. Gordo Goku says, no, not completely. That's fine. That's totally fine. I just want to make sense of the mechanism that we saw earlier. Was that just to unlock this space? What I do know, though... What, did this game think that I arrived here through a Zonai device? It probably did think that. Oh, wait. I think I know what it wants. This is going to Tobio's Hollow, isn't it? Well, heck, we might as well, you know, strap this baby to the chopper and let's ride. Maybe we could strap this on, like, the front. Not quite. Pretty close. Pretty close, though. Something like this. Okay, find the 5th stage. You discovered a Zonai relic at Dragonhead Island above Farron. The moment you touched it, you heard a mysterious voice echoing in your mind. If you follow the voice's guidance, you should be able to come closer to finding the 5th stage. Thank you, Gordo Goku. Much appreciated. Mr. Jason says you've just more or less told Haru that as part of the executive, Haru won't be roadblocked by the board with policies, as policies can't just be pushed through within reason, as long as you don't dislike it, but you loved Haru's addition to Carly's proposal. Right. That's good. You found a strange relic on Dragonhead Island that emitted a narrow beam of light. The beam appears to extend straight down to the surface. When you touch the relic, a mysterious voice said to take it and follow the light. Oh, don't worry. We're going to be heading straight there based on this trajectory. Mr. Jason says if you hate it, back to the drawing board, but you try to be fair. Well, you haven't hated anything we've discussed so far. But, you know, the board discussions were level 1. Level 2 is, you know, you as the executive chair, myself and Carly need to, like, discuss the, like, very specific meats of the proposal in, like, a whole separate thing. Like, the actual rollout procedure. I think we have just enough time to see this. Maybe. Welcome on in, Bro Red 26. Good to see you. Hopefully, hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to enter the underground. If and you don't mind my asking, Bro Red 26, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you? Is it a game that you've beaten, played multiple times, played only once, played a certain number of hours? I'm just curious. I always try to ask folks that question to help navigate around spoilers and so on. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, it was not her words exactly, but Vice President Carly said that she was shocked how many areas appeared when she took office. Right. Oh, this is definitely here. The relic's light guided you to a hidden path that led underground. From there, the relic started emitting the beam again, leading you down the path. Yeah, I was kind of blown away at that myself. Oh, we literally plop it on. Oh, that's funny. See you guys after the cutscene.
Zelda's chosen protector. You must hurry. We must meet as soon as possible.
Gordogoku says, remember when you were looking for that cave a few streams back? I mean, we went into Tobio's Hollow. What I didn't know was that, you know, we'd end up being here. I didn't know that this was like a whole separate thing. Now I do. This explains the construct factory. At least I'm pretty sure it's a construct factory. I mean, it's got a chassis like it's part of a construct factory. When you place the relic on a pedestal in the underground chamber, a path opened into the depth. The mysterious voice spoke again, saying, "You must hurry. We must meet as soon as possible." When you arrived in a vast space within the depth, the relic began to emit another beam to guide you toward the ruins. Mr. Jason says to Hera, this new role is going to be a bit more involved, potentially more involved, but it's more or less the same thing. If you sleep in, it's fine. I'm not paid, so no expectations, but as long as you review all messages. Gordogoku says you can't wait to see the next part. Your ways are amazing and can't wait to see it. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to stick the mask in here. Like so.
Link, Zelda's chosen protector. My name is Minoru. I am the Sage of Spirit. I am happy you have arrived. At last we can speak with each other. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body. Without a physical form, we cannot yet speak face to face. But, do you see the 4 storehouses in the area? I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me. This is my request to you, Link. Loyal swordsman to Zelda.
Wow. Tension says, nice, Mr. Coin, you're making great progress. Thank you. Within the vast ruins was a pedestal with a hollow carved out in the shape of a person. When you placed the relic where the head would go, the voice spoke again. Calling herself Minoru, the Sage of Spirit, she asked you to visit the 4 depots for the parts to build a body that could house her spirit, allowing you to truly meet her. Thank you, Gordogoku. I appreciate that. So let me address the elephant in the room, because I said I think I said I was getting the Master Sword today. That's not a lie. Well, okay. The today part is a lie. Not because I thought I knew going in that it would be a lie, but we got caught up with this. I didn't know how long it would take. I thought that we would be able to do that you know, before getting swept up in 2 hours of puzzle solving. That said, tomorrow we're gonna go get the Master Sword. I told you guys when people have been asking, I said we would get the Master Sword after dealing with the 4 sages. I think that's a perfectly good place to grab it then. It'll make a lot of sense. I kept waiting for some sign that the game was like, hey, you should really go grab the Master Sword now. I never got one. I assumed the whole bit with the Deku Tree was supposed to have been that sign. So, tomorrow, we're going to grab the Master Sword, and then we're going to come back here. We're going to come back here, and we're going to get to work in the dungeon. Tomorrow's thumbnail is not going to reflect the obtaining the Master Sword, of course, but it will reflect everything else we're going to do. Mr. Jason says, last message, good sir. You also want to make one thing very clear to Executive Director Haru. It's the highest position you can attain in the TCC. The only way to move higher from here is to directly challenge Queen and Carly for their roles. Your policies allow challenges for the presidency of the organization, but as you have seen, they will be difficult to beat. I would probably cede that without a challenge, but that's fair enough. Gordo Goku says it's whenever you want. You have a feeling you have a feeling it will get you high? High. Perhaps I'll be feeling some kind of contact high from... Oh, you mean... Hardy har har. That took me a second, but that's a good one. Like high up in altitude. High up in altitude. Good one. Your Jason says you have to make president and VP hard to get. My understanding is that those are more of like picked roles, but as opposed to like up, up for election. I mean, those roles probably could be up for election if you wanted them. Mr. Jason says, you mean if someone replaces you or Carly, they may not onboard or propose as well? Fair. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, this is the end of the line. I'm 5 minutes overdue anyway. My name is Coinstamp. This has been a wonderful time today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate the raids and the follows and stuff. We're slowly but surely, increasing our reach. Mr. Jason says, thank you for the stream, good sir. Indeed. Thank you for being here. Gordo Goku says, fun. I'm looking forward to it. Tension says, bye, Mr. Coin. Very well, Tension. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. You'll find them underneath the video player on Twitch, as well as in the description at the bottom on YouTube will be my link tree. Please do click on that. If you're not part of my Discord already, that is where you will find those hallowed halls to be, is in the link tree. There will be a Discord icon. Just click on that. You're more than... I'd love to have you if you're not part of it already. We post pictures, we hang out, we talk about game stuff. I wish I could say I've replied to any of it, but I have not. I will do that after tonight. Mr. Jason says, Haru said that's true, but they've earned them in your heart. I appreciate that, and I'm glad Haru sees that. Let me also push the Discord server to the folks on YouTube. At Peace and Smileys, thank you for the emojis. I really appreciate that. Again, my name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We'll be back tomorrow. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls. Anytime. And you know where those are. I'll see you guys tomorrow, next time. And with that... goodbye.